Chapter 348, Slaughtering the Type 2 Mutant Crocodile. Chapter 348, Slaughtering the Type 2 Mutant Crocodile. Book 3, The South. Facing the torrential assault of the water, Zhang ended up in a stomach that was filled with dissolving slime. Each time the foul-smelling ooze dripped onto his bone carapace, it would release a sound, melting at and corroding his bone armor. At the same time, when Zhang just entered the stomach, 3 zombies that had been bitten in 2 were swallowed into the stomach as well. The moment those 3 corpses landed in the stomach, they were almost instantaneously corroded into a pile of flesh and blood. 5 minutes. I can at most hold on for 5 minutes before being dissolved. 3 minutes and the lack of oxygen will kill me. Zhang was currently encased by his bone-encompassing armor, with not a single gap. It was pitch black everywhere, and the strong sense of danger was rampant all around him, yet he could still assess the situation calmly and think of a way to escape. With a thought, he activated his devil flame, and a few fireballs were conjured out of thin air surrounding himself. The moment the devil flame came in contact with the stomach wall, it caused the acid to start burning, evaporating into clouds of gas. Zhang raised his right hand and shot a bone spear into one side, before retracting and bringing himself towards it. He then expended almost all his spirit to channel it into the devil flame skill, as the fireball in his hands rapidly condensed into a 2m long devil flame spear. He then used all his strength to pierce it into the stomach wall, bellowing in rage, "Break!" Under the condensing of the devil flame spear with almost all his energy, the moment the stomach wall was penetrated, the flesh started to burn and was almost incinerated into nothing. It caused a huge hole to appear in the wall of the stomach, at the same time piercing through that incredibly tough scales that could withstand even the impact of a rocket launcher. The moment the hole was created, huge amounts of blood started flowing from the wound, and the giant crocodile started to squirm and twist in agony. Inside the stomach of the giant crocodile, there were countless huge rocks as well, and as the mutant beast thrashed about, the rocks in its stomach were churning about within as well, smashing and crashing around violently. One those rocks smashed into Zhang, and the impact caused him to shudder, spitting out a fresh mouthful of blood. Zhang forcefully endured the pains all over his body as he stretched his hand towards the hole he made in the stomach, and a bone spear shot out piercing into the ground outside. He caused the bone spear to retract, pulling himself out of the giant crocodile's body. Congratulations on achieving level 51. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 52. You have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Within Zhang's mind, the sweet notification sound resounded. He quickly allocated them all into agility. Have I killed it? When Zhang escaped out from the giant crocodile's body, with a thought, he quickly released the bone armor from his face, revealing his handsome features, as he rapidly took in large breaths of the fresh air, as his gaze landed on the corpse of the giant crocodile. I'm not 100% sure, but wasn't he called average looking in one of the beginning chapters? By this time, the huge area of water around the giant crocodile had been dispersed, and its body flopped to the side, revealing the hole in its head that Zhang had accidentally caused when he used the devil flame spear to incinerate what he pierced. It was this fortunate blow that killed the giant crocodile. Right beside the carcass of the giant crocodile, there were 2 skills books, a green treasure box, and 200 survivor coins. Level 3 skill, Water Flow Manipulation. An active skill requires 5 spirit and 5 stamina to activate. Maintaining the skill requires 2 spirit, 1 stamina every 10 seconds. Level 4 skill, Type 2 Water Flow Manipulation. Advancement of Water Flow Manipulation. Requires skill to be enhanced thrice, and 2 free skill points to learn this ability. Opening the green chest Zhang found. Level 4 Treasure, Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade. Sharp beyond measure. Possesses ability to cut through all metal. If user has strength of above 100 points, One swing could render any weapon of level 3 and below broken. Zhang kept the 2 skill books before he observed the crocodile tooth saw blade in his hands carefully. The blade was double-edged and 1 m long, the handle of about 30 centimeters. The back of the blade was extremely straight, lined with serrated teeth. It was shorter than the dark tooth blade by quite a bit, but it was a lot more suitable for close combat with its length. At the same time, the dual serrated teeth could be used to deal with tough, armored creatures. After doing all these, the sharp pains from his left leg finally registered as he took a close look at it, realizing that almost everything below the knee was gone. The bones could be seen, and fresh blood was constantly flowing. The fact that he could still stand was due to the bone armor that White Bones had intuitively transformed into acting as support for Zhang. Zhang looked at his leg again as his heart dropped. The entire leg is broken. This wound would require at least 2 to 3 days to recover fully. With his leg broken, Zhang would have to spend the next few days in a vehicle. It would be his most vulnerable time, and in this post-apocalyptic world, if he wasn't careful, he could be easily killed. A flash of light. The bone armor was deactivated, and White Bones appeared from an orb of light. Its entire body was covered in scars. If it hadn't been for the fact that it had always been absorbing the bones of other mutant beasts, it could not have withstand the blow from the Type 2 mutant giant crocodile. White Bones immediately rushed over to the carcass of the giant crocodile and burrowed into its body, grabbing a bone, and made use of its ability to absorb the essence, replenishing what it had lost and expended. Zhang stuck the crocodile tooth saw blade into the ground, using it as a crutch as he observed the surroundings. The Type 2 giant crocodile's water flow manipulation ability had a wide area of effect, and many people and vehicles had been enclosed within the watery cage earlier. The moment it died, those people gathered again and made their way towards Zhang. When those people saw the dead giant crocodile that was killed by Zhang, their eyes were filled with shock. However, when they caught sight of Zhang's broken leg and was supporting himself with the scary-looking blade, many of them had a strange gleam in their eyes. Wei Ningguo rushed over and saw Zhang with a leg missing, and his face changed. In this post-apocalyptic world, only a strong leader could suppress the majority and make them listen. With a broken leg, Zhang was as good as a cripple, and his battle prowess would diminish. It was hard for people to accept such a leader. After all, this wasn't Longhai City, where it was filled with Zhang's supporters. Many of the survivors here had been forcefully drafted into Zhang's camp, and their hearts were not set in stone yet. If Zhang was truly crippled, many of them would change their tune. Mingyang looked at Zhang, and her heart ached as she swiftly came to Zhang's side and supported his left arm. Zhang Mingyi was looking at Zhang's leg, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. If Zhang was healthy and well, he was willing to follow such a strong leader to fight Mingyang. However, since he had lost a leg, it made him feel conflicted. Ishuaxiong looked at the broken leg. His eyes brightened with joy as he looked towards the river and noticed that the ice bridge had already been destroyed. There was only the cable pontoon left, and the people on the other side would not be able to make it across in a short time. Ishuaxiong suddenly stepped forward and said, Zhang, you have lost a leg. I think that you're not suitable to be our leader anymore. Please hand over all your weapons. We can give you rations for 3 days and let you leave alone. Wei Ningguo's face turned pale as he called out enragedly, Ishuaxiong, what's the meaning of this? Our leader can only be Boss Yu. Are you trying to rebel? Wei Ningguo had betrayed Mingyang and had been heavily relied on by Zhang. He was considered Zhang's number 2. He was extremely happy with his position and was confident in Zhang, who had brought them consecutive victories. Ishuaxiong laughed coldly, pointing at Zhang, and said, What rebel? Your words are too horrid. We were all Freemasons. It was this Zhang who killed our leader and forced us to listen to him. Now he's a cripple. How can he still lead us? He then continued with a passionate look in his eyes. Dali, Chong Sui, we can get Vice Leader Zhang to be our leader. As long as the 4 of us work together, We can definitely bring them down. Under the instigation of Yishui Xiong, members of the Freemasons started to gather with Yishui Xiong, Zhou Dali, Ning Changshui, and Zhang Mingyi. As a majority of the survivors had crossed over, of the about 60 people left, 40 were from the Freemasons. The remaining 20 people were the Chinese survivors that Yu Zhong had saved. Those 20 who had been saved by Yu Zhong stood by his side, raising their guns against Yishui Xiong, and glared at them. Xu Tianya brought her aides as they retreated from the standoff. She had just expended a huge part of her energy and stamina earlier, and wasn't in the best condition to fight. Furthermore, her relationship with Yu Zhong was not so close that she had to fight for him. Yishui Xiong looked at the 40-some soldiers with him as he laughed coldly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, do you see this? This is the difference in our strength. You still have time to surrender. As long as you surrender, I can let you walk away with your life. Chapter 349, Quelling the Insurgency. Chapter 349, Quelling the Insurgency. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong did not so much as look at Yishui Xiong. Instead, he sternly questioned Zhang Mingyi in any icy tone whom he was staring at all this while. Zhang Mingyi, are you planning to betray me? No. Zhang Mingyi was frightened by Yu Zhong's demeanor and couldn't help but blurt out. However, as he said that, he retreated 2 steps, and his face was conflicted. It was obvious that he had not sorted out his thinking yet. Although he had retreated, he did not raise his hands against Yishui Xiong. It could be seen that he was still struggling to decide which side of the fence he should be on. If Yu Zhong was healthy, he would naturally not falter. However, to everyone present, Yu Zhong was a cripple now, and, at his weakest, if Zhang Mingyi were to say he did not feel swayed, it would be a lie. If he could take over Yu Zhong's establishment, then Zhang Mingyi would have the equipment of 3 battalions, over 1,000 people, and plenty of logistics. It was a huge difference from his position when he was in the Freemasons. When that single sentence from Yu Zhong had caused Zhang Mingyi to quail, his gaze then fell to Zhou Dali and threatened him menacingly. Zhou Dali, I recall that you have a 13-year-old son and an extremely pretty wife. You must consider this carefully. If you were to fail, I would throw your son into the horde, and your wife would be cast with several men. You can be made a cuckold 1,000 times over. Your entire Zhou family will cease to exist. Zhou Dali's expression promptly soured, as his body trembled uncontrollably, his heart full of torment. His son and wife were his bottom line. He had sacrificed God knows how much just to protect both of them. He had almost been swallowed up by the darkness of his heart a few times, but because of his wife and son, he found the strength to carry on and live. They were his strength and his weakness as well. Yishui Xiong hurriedly tried to placate him. Dali, there's no need to fear him. If the 4 of us join hands, he's almost crippled already. What could he do to us? If he had the ability, based on his character, he would have killed us all. Hearing Yishui Xiong's consolation, Zhou Dali's face turned slightly better, but he pondered a while before saying, I'm not concerning myself with the matters here. I just want my wife and son to be safe. After which, Zhou Dali brought his 7 soldiers and threw their weapons down as they stood at a distance, obviously not taking any side. Yu Zhong then turned to look at Ning Changshui. Ning Changshui did not even wait for Yu Zhong to speak and immediately opened his mouth in a self-righteous manner. Yu Zhong, you're overbearing and vicious. You kill without discrimination and even kill captives. You killed our leader of the Freemasons. Your bullshit annoys me. Die. Yu Zhong's gaze turned icy, and without waiting for Ning Changshui to finish talking, he pulled out his stinger and fired a shot at his brain. Pum! The gunshot resounded out, and Ning Changshui's brain was immediately blasted apart as red and white matter splattered onto the ground. After killing Ning Changshui with 1 shot, he immediately activated his Art of Fear on Yishui Xiong, and a horrifying spirit attack engulfed his mind, bringing all sorts of cruel and tormenting hallucinations with it, causing his face to contort with fear and his body trembled. Yu Zhong grabbed onto his body in that instant and swiftly fired another shot at his head. With a pung, Yishuaxiong's brains were also blasted apart, red and white matter dyeing the ground as well. Yu Zhong then swiftly waved his hands and switched out his stinger for a 05 submachine gun, firing it at those whom he had just called his subordinates a while ago. With his accurate and swift firing, before those ex-Freemasons even got the time to react, many of them had been shot dead. Yu Zhong sprayed at those Freemasons, while casting a glance at Zhang Mingyi and called out, "Zhang Mingyi, act now and kill the traitors. Otherwise, it will be you and your subordinates' heads to roll. All your family members will be cast into the scum battalion to be fed to the zombies." Zhang Mingyi's face promptly turned to one of fear, and finally made the difficult decision, as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone listen up, kill the traitors." Under Zhang Mingyi's commands, the tens of soldiers swiftly took up their arms and started firing wildly at the remaining Freemasons. With the joint attack of Yu Zhong and Zhang Mingyi's troops, the subordinates of Ning Changshui and Yishuaxiong were all turned into sieves from the hail of bullets. 2 soldiers from Yu Zhong's side also suffered some superficial injuries from the stray bullets. After decimating the troops under Ning Changshui and Yishuaxiong, Yu Zhong stared coldly at Zhou Dali. Zhou Dali instantly felt his body turn clammy. He never would have expected that Yu Zhong was still able to take down and suppress the rebellion even after losing limb. Every single traitor had been killed. As for those who were still alive, the soldiers under Yu Zhong stepped forward and chopped their heads off without any hesitation. At this time, lightning brought 100 or so of its little brothers as they slowly walked out from the forest, coldly staring at everyone. By now, after seeing lightning and the 100+ mutant leopard cats, no one dared harbor any ill intentions. Zhou Dali's heart felt heavy. This time, without any hesitation, he brought his men as they came in front of Yu Zhong and knelt down. They kowtowed while Dali said, Zhou Dali was blind and ignorant and didn't act immediately to put down the rebellion. Regardless of how a leader would like to punish me, I'm willing to bear it. However, my family is innocent, and I plead that on account of my lack of participation in the revolt, boss, you would be magnanimous and spare them. Yu Zhong gazed at him and said indifferently, Zhou Dali, you knew Ning Changshui and Yishuaxiong were revolting, yet you did not help to stop it. It is still a considerable offense, and I sentence you to join the scum battalion. After killing 1,000 zombies or 100 enemies, you'll be considered to have served your punishment. As for your son and wife, I will pardon them. Are you satisfied with this? Zhou Dali heaved a sigh of relief as he kowtowed profusely. Thank you, leader, for your mercy. Zhou Dali is truly grateful. As long as his own wife and son were fine, he was extremely satisfied. He was, after all, a level 36 agility-based enhancer. Killing 1,000 zombies was only a matter of time. Yu Zhong waved his hand, and threw the level 4 black tooth blade, as well as the crocodile tooth saw blade, to Wei Ningwa, saying, Wei Ningwa, bring some men and go cut up that Type 2 giant crocodile. Only those weapons could possibly butcher the carcass of that giant crocodile at a decent speed. Otherwise, if they had the alternative of a chainsaw, they would then be able to breeze through the task as well. Yes, boss you. Wei Ningwa received the 2 weapons and quickly gathered 2 strength-based enhancers, as well as a few other helping hands to dismember the Type 2 giant crocodile. The 2 strength-based evolvers made use of the weapons to pry open the scales, while the rest of the people worked to slice and cut the meat and packed into the transport trucks. Yu Zhong had brought along quite a number of transport trucks, a few of them being empty. Under the hard-working labor of those survivors, the transport trucks were slowly filled up with the meat of the Type 2 giant crocodile one by one. The hide was also retrieved in its entirety and packed into one of the truck. Wei Ningwa then came back to Yu Zhong's side and report, Boss Yu, it's completed. However, Miss Xu Tianya had expended too much of her energy and is unable to create the ice bridge again. Do we wait till tomorrow to cross? Yu Zhong replied in a low voice. No need. Let's prepare to cross immediately. Every additional minute spent here spelt an additional minute of danger. The moment Wei and Hong's forces came chasing, with Yu Zhong's current condition, it was very likely they would be annihilated entirely. Yes, Wei Ningguo did not ask Yu Zhong how they were going to cross. The moment he received the order, he started to delegate the duties and prepare the rest to cross. Form a bridge. Yu Zhong saw that Wei Ningguo had left before he ordered White Bones. The eyes of White Bones flashed with its demonic fire after receiving the order, and it went to the bank before reaching out both its hands to the other side and secured all 4 limbs into the ground. When it had laid over the river, its body started to change, and numerous bone spikes extended to form a huge bone net, creating a platform to cross. Although this platform wasn't as comfortable as the ice bridge that Shu Tianya created, it was enough for those huge transport trucks to cross. The moment the bone net was formed, the transport trucks drove and crossed the river, Yu Zhong directly hopping into one. Lightning also brought its little brothers as they followed along. After they crossed the river, Zhang Mingyi acted as the vanguard as he led some of his followers forwards, scouting the road ahead. Vietnam was filled with forests and hills. If there were no main roads, the transport trucks would find it hard to traverse the terrain. Wei Ningguo also led the 2 strength-based enhancers who wielded the weapons that Yu Zhong passed them to cleave the way through, cutting down any logs, wild grass, trees that blocked the way. The Black Tooth Blade and the Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade were level 4 treasures and exhibited their might in the hands of those strength-based enhancers. With their constant hacking and slashing, they created a road that those vehicles could drive through. This forest wasn't without humans, though, and the mutant beasts were manageable. After killing about 20 mutant monkeys, Yu Zhong's troops came across a small village after walking for about an hour and passing through the forest. There were a few dozen zombies within the village, and Ming Jie summoned her shadow wolf to deal with those zombies before everyone shuffled in to occupy the village. By this time, it was close to evening, and the survivors were feeling exhausted. Yu Zhong ordered for the troops to rest and to start a fire for cooking. Within that small village, the fire burnt brightly and meat was cooked. Other than the captives of the Scum Battalion, all the survivors could get to enjoy the Type 2 giant crocodile meat, replenishing their sorely lacking energy. Chapter 350, Homecoming. Chapter 350, Homecoming. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong was currently resting in bed, and Ming Jie was kneeling by his side, carefully carving out the mutant beast meat, placing it on a plate for him to eat. Ming Jie looked at the bandaged leg. Her eyes darkened slightly. "I'm sorry, Master. Jie is useless." Jie didn't manage to protect Master. When they were facing that terrifying Type 2 mutant giant crocodile, the shadow wolves that Ming Jie summoned could not do a single thing against it. Her battle ability was dependent on those summoned shadow wolves, and they couldn't even do anything, much less herself. "There's no need to blame yourself. You've already done your best." Yu Zhong ruffled her hair and consoled her. When Yi Shuixiong had tried to revolt earlier, Ming Jie, Wei Ningguo, and the 20 other survivors had not hesitated to stand by his side, providing that he had not yet failed as a human being. When Ming Jie felt Yu Zhong stroking her head, she was like a little kitten that was petted by her owner. Her eyes wrinkled as she broke into an extremely comfortable expression, looking extremely cute. When Yu Zhong looked at the cute Ming Jie behaving like a kitten, the heavy feelings in his heart were swept away. Wei Ningguo pushed the door open and entered. Discovering Yu Zhong comforting Ming Jie, he spoke out. "Boss Yu, did you want me for something?" Hearing Wei Ningguo's words, the little Ming Jie jumped up like a startled rabbit and bolted away from Yu Zhong's side, her entire face flushed red as she sat at a corner and lowered her head. "Could Boss Yu be a Lilican?" Wei Ningguo saw that Ming Jie's reaction was so dramatic, and his gaze on Yu Zhong turned stranger as he thought to himself silently. After the apocalypse, society norms and order had collapsed. There were all sorts of characters who displayed their personalities under the absence of moral codes and laws. Wei Ningguo had come across several people with authority that had Lulacan tendencies. Another man came in, his age about 32, height of 1.6 a clean-shaven head and a muscle body. As he bowed, he saluted Yu Zhong and said, "Leader, were you looking for me?" This clean-shaven man was one of the survivors that Yu Zhong rescued from the hands of Li Guangyi. His name was Wu Yin. He was also appointed as a squad leader by Yu Zhong. He had trained harder and more diligently than others, and earlier, he had led the other soldiers to suppress the soldiers of the Freemasons. Yu Zhong waved his hand, and 2 bottles of snake birth fruit juice appeared. He passed them to Mingyang as he spoke to the men. "Your performance today had satisfied me. This is a medicine that can allow a person to become an evolver. Drink this, and after a day, you guys will become evolvers." Evolvers. When Wei Ningguo heard this, his face instantly changed, and a storm raged on within his mind. Evolvers are the apex existences amongst humans. When he was under Wei Yanhong, he had only come across 6 evolvers. It could be seen how rare they were. Every single evolver was a frightening existence, and they possessed battle capabilities far surpassing enhancers. When all else is equal, if an evolver were to face off against an enhancer, the evolver definitely had the advantage. Wei Ningguo immediately swore fealty to Yu Zhong as he exclaimed loudly, "I'm willing to serve Boss Yu till the day I die." Wu Yin definitely won't fail to live up to boss expectations. Wu Yin also couldn't suppress his own excitement as he loudly pledged, his heart overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had already heard about the prowess of evolvers to some extent. As soon as one became an evolver, although one wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens, one would still possess huge power and superiority that normal people would find it hard to strive for. Yu Zhong waved a hand, and Mingyang subsequently handed the 2 bottles of snake birth fruit juice to Wu Yin and Wei Ningguo. Wu Yin and Wei Ningguo both rapidly opened the glass bottles and drank all the juice in one mouthful. They had followed Yu Zhong for some time now and knew that he wouldn't harm them. After the 2 had gulped down all the snake birth fruit juice, it wasn't long before the juice's medicinal strength began to take effect. The 2 people's bodies began to feel feverish, and they instantly fainted onto the floor. White Bones, who had been standing by, then came over and promptly snatched up the 2 before throwing them onto a bed at the side to let them evolve by themselves. Mingyang watched the 2 people who were currently unconscious and glanced towards Yu Zhong, asking curiously, "Master, why don't you bestow a bottle of evolution elixir upon Zhang Mingyi? He is much more capable than Wei Ningguo." Zhang Mingyi's ability was not ordinary. His leadership, charisma, and decisiveness were all far above that of Wei Ningguo. Apart from having great strength, Wei Ningguo couldn't compare with Zhang Mingyi if he assumed leadership. Mingyang saw that Yu Zhong had let Wei Ningguo undergo evolution rather than Zhang Mingyi, and she couldn't help but feel slightly baffled. Yu Zhong remained silent for a while before saying lightly, "Zhang Mingyi still needs to be observed for a period of time." Zhang Mingyi's capability couldn't be doubted, but Yu Zhong didn't know if his dedication was heartfelt or not. If Yu Zhong let him evolve, it would truly be dangerous if Zhang Mingyi then conversely backstabbed him. After all, Zhang Mingyi had been a member of the Freemasons. Yu Zhong's methods of subduing the Freemasons had been slightly too extreme, which was demonstrated by the armed rebellion of the ex-Freemasons fighters. Mingyang nodded in a half-understanding way. After resting for one night, the huge vehicle fleet immediately set off early the next morning after breakfast, driving towards the border with Guangxi. Their army could only have the opportunity to expand within the borders of China. In the Vietnam region, Yu Zhong found that it was truly too difficult to recruit reliable helpers. At the same time, most of the Vietnamese frontier's weapons arsenals had already been opened by Li Guangyi and Wei Yanhong. He couldn't obtain any weapons or equipment, making it very hard for him to be able to defeat Wei Yanhong's troops. After leaving the small village, they marched for a few more hours. Mingyang's shadow wolves finished off a dozen mutant beasts before Yu Zhong and the rest finally found a highway, beginning to move towards the northeast. on a small hillside covered with weeds. Four men holding large axes lay prone in the underbrush. One of them, a man who seemed slightly small in stature and figure, was holding a crossbow as he stared rigidly at an area of open land in the distance, where there was some maize placed. There were quite a lot of bird species in this region. Through the hunting method of simply waiting idly, these survivors had already hunted down quite a few sparrow-type birds. However, if their luck wasn't so good and the maze attracted some larger mutant birds or an entire flock of normal mutant birds, then they could only return empty-handed. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately, or I'll directly shoot you. A towering voice suddenly sounded out from behind the hunters, and 6 warriors suddenly appeared. The 6 warriors instantly pounced forward and subdued the 4 who were holding axes. The leader, whose figure was tall and sturdy, shouted out loudly in the Zhuang dialect, "Who are you people?" Wu Yin's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he spoke with some uncertainty in Chinese. "You people are Chinese?" Wu Yin had spent most of his time living in Vietnam, so whilst he could understand Mandarin, he couldn't quite understand a dialect like the Zhuang type. The robust man called out loudly in slightly broken Mandarin, "I am Chinese." "Then good. Come with me to go see the boss. Our boss has something to ask you." Wu Yin waved, and the warriors quickly escorted the 4 men to Yu Zhong's location. "Who are you people? Where's this place?" Sitting on a wheelchair, Yu Zhong watched the 4 sturdy men being escorted over and asked lightly. The 4 men looked left and right, and a hint of alarm flashed past their eyes as they saw the warriors holding AKs surrounding Yu Zhong. 3 of the captured men's gazes instantly fell onto the sturdiest-looking man's body. That man was watched by his companions for quite a while. Only then did he summon his courage and say to Yu Zhong, "I am Wang Huayang, a person from Dongping village. Those 3 are Yao Hong, Shun Ming, and Luo Chang. This is Jingxi County's Dongping village." Jingxi County. We've finally returned. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yu Zhong let out a slight sigh of relief inside his heart. They had finally returned to their home country. Only upon returning to China did Yu Zhong and his party feel a little more safe. Vietnam was Wu Yinhong's territory, meaning that he had an enormous advantage there as someone Vietnamese. Within China, however, that sort of home advantage belonged to Yu Zhong's side. At least he would now be able to recruit many Chinese subordinates and wouldn't be at a loss to enlist troops anymore. Yu Zhong directly tossed a slice of cake to Wang Huayang and asked, "Are there any large-scale gathering places in Jingxi County?" In this apocalyptic world, a slice of cake was even more precious than gold. Upon receiving the cake, a hint of excitement shone past Wang Huayang's eyes. He hesitated for a while before saying, "In Longtong Town, there's a person called Chen Liang who's organized a large-scale gathering place. However, I advise you not to go there, for that Chen Liang isn't some good person. Luo Chang is precisely someone who escaped from there, so he knows quite a lot." Yu Zhong directly tossed a slice of cake to Luo Chang and said, "Tell me everything you know." Luo Chang saw the cake in his hands and couldn't help but lick his lips before nodding his head and spilling the beans, telling all the information he knew about Long Tung Town to Yu Zhong. Long Tung Town's Chun Liang was a brutish hoodlum before the apocalypse. Afterwards, by some great fortune, he managed to awaken and became an evolver. It wasn't long before the town was recaptured by the nearby governmental forces, and Chen Liang managed to make his way into the base. Relying on his abilities, he quickly became the sole tyrant of Long Tung Town. 2 months ago, Chen Liang schemed and killed off most of the official military officers, killing all those who opposed him and thus forcefully seizing control over the entire Long Tung Town. After seizing control, Chen Liang spent his days in a drunken stupor, viewing all the survivors under him as animals and regularly killing people. In Long Tung Town, apart from Chen Liang and his confidants, everyone else lived like walking corpses. Luo Chang didn't want to live like this, and so he fled out of the place. Long Tung Town. Yu Zhong muttered to himself for a while before asking Luo Chang, "In Long Tung Town, How many warriors and guns are there? What is Chen Liang's ability? How many experts does he have under him? Luo Chong hesitated for a while before, smiling bitterly, shaking his head as he said, I do not know any of this. Chapter 351, Long Tongue Town. Chapter 351, Long Tongue Town. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong remained silent for a long time before saying in a low voice, Since it's like this, then never mind. Wang Huayang, take us to Dongping Village. Currently, the top priority was to find a place to rest for this exhausted army of survivors that had continuously marched for 2 days. Wang Huayang carefully reminded him, Sir, there are a lot of zombies in Dongping Village, as well as many evolved zombies as well. Yu Zhong replied lightly, You don't need to worry about this. We'll deal with it. Wang Huayang glanced at Yu Zhong's subordinates, who were all holding AKs, and he didn't say anything else. He led Yu Zhong's army in the direction of the village. This is Dongping Village right here. Wang Huayang pointed to a small village in the distance as he spoke to Yu Zhong. Jia, you and Wu Ying go deal with the zombies in the village. Yu Zhong glanced at the village and ordered the two behind him, Wu Ying and Ming Jia, who was pushing his wheelchair. Yes, master. Ming Jia obediently complied. Her small hand extended and a streak of light flickered past. 2 shadow wolves soon appeared before her, and they rushed towards the village. After summoning the 2 shadow wolves, Ming Jia stood obediently behind Yu Zhong, with both her hands clutching onto his wheelchair. These 2 days, the little Ming Jia had been responsible for pushing Yu Zhong's wheelchair. On the other side, Wu Ying held a dark magic blade and took the lead to rush towards the village like a thunderbolt. Yu Zhong saw that Wu Ying had already made a move. He immediately told Ming Jia, Let's go. Standing at the side, Wang Huayang's expression suddenly turned very shocked as he said, Sir, there are over 300 zombies in there. Are you really just going to send that one guy in? Don't worry. Let's go. Yu Zhong did not explain further and just ordered mildly. Ming Jia pushed Yu Zhong's wheelchair as they made for the village. The huge vehicle fleet also continued its advance towards the village. Wang Huayang and his group helplessly followed. The moment they entered the village, Wang Huayang and the rest discovered that there were countless zombie corpses that were either beheaded or had their throats ripped out by some beast. The soldiers under Yu Zhong then gathered all the dead bodies together as they set fire to the pile of corpses, burning them to ashes. If they allowed the dead bodies to remain in the village, even if there was no infection, it was definitely still a health hazard. Is this the strength of this fleet? Too fearsome. They're really strong. Wang Huayang looked at the pile of corpses and his heart trembled. Just by sending one person, Yu Zhong had totally brought the village under his control. It was the first time that Wang Huayang had seen such strong people. Zhang Mingyi looked at the bodies strewn all over town. His eyes flashed with a complicated gaze. His heart was full of regret as he thought to himself, Evolver! This is the power of an Evolver. It really is too amazing. Damn it. If only I hadn't hesitated that day, I would have become an Evolver as well. When Wu Ying evolved, he became an agility-based Evolver. After evolution, he even gained comprehension into the level 3 skill, agility solidification. After he became an Evolver, he also gained a dark magic blade, and once he donned on some common system equipment, it became easy for him to slaughter normal mutant beasts and zombies. In just a short span of 2 days, Wu Ying had already reached level 17 from killing a huge number of mutant beasts and zombies. His combat skills were growing exponentially under the constant fights. Zhang Mingyi knew that while he could still contend with Wu Ying now, the moment he became a level 30 fighter, it wouldn't be the same anymore. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was obviously more biased towards Wu Ying, Ming Jia, and Wei Ningguo. The equipment he obtained from killing the Wolf Fong battalion and troops under Li Guangyi were all passed to the 3 of them to be used. This added to their already growing power, while Zhang Mingyi was still using the equipment from when he was still under the Freemasons. Zhang Mingyi knew clearly why there was such a difference in treatment. At that time, when Ishuaixiong had revolted, he had hesitated. It was because of this that led to the loss of Yu Zhong's trust, and hence he didn't get to become an evolver. At the same time, he lost out in terms of resources. Now Wu Yin, Ming Jejia, and Wei Ninghua held 200 people's worth of equipment in their hands, and yet Zhang Mingyi had 20 subordinates, but they each only had a single clip of ammunition. When Yu Zhong entered the village, he quickly assigned some of the people to comb the entire place for usable resources. Then the goal was to gather them into the transport trucks, ready to be moved on a whim. Soon after, a fragrant aroma wafted forth from the middle of the village. Other than the Scum Battalion and Woman Scum Battalion, the rest of the survivors, be it Chinese or otherwise, all got to enjoy the tasty Type 2 mutant giant crocodile meat. With that delicacy, their vitality and energy got replenished. With just 3 days of eating this Type 2 mutant beast meat, the 1,000 or more survivors regained almost 80% of their health back. Many of the women were beginning to regain luster in their skin, while their sunken faces were starting to fill up. The men felt their energy and vigor returning to them. As for the children who had been malnourished and suffered as a result, they were beginning to pack more meat on their bony frames. Due to the existence of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, there were no deaths on this grueling march for those survivors. If there wasn't the Type 2 meat available, with the constitution of the survivors, a number might not have made it with a non-stop marching of 2 days. Can we eat as well? Wang Huayang looked at the bowl of rice and Type 2 mutant giant crocodile meat in front of him, and he couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Luo Chong and the other two were also staring fixedly at their plates, their stomachs rumbling loudly. If it weren't for the fear of Yu Zhong and his armed soldiers, they would have gobbled up everything clean. It was hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, and the four of them had always lived each day as it came, never having eaten their fill in a long while. Yu Zhong chuckled. Help yourself. This is thanks for the intel today. In the short term, Yu Zhong was not lacking in food. However, in the long run, unless they could raid a national reserve, any faction would still be lacking in food. Wang Huayang quickly picked up the plate of rice and meat as he started to stuff himself. It was a long while since he had eaten rice or meat. Yu Zhong picked up the slices of meat that Ming Jejia had prepared for him as he dipped it in coconut milk and ate it leisurely. After Wang Huayang and the rest had eaten their fill, they looked at each other and seemed to have come to a decision. Wang Huayang summoned his courage as he asked, "Sir, how should we address you?" Yu Zhong replied, "I'm Yu Zhong." Wang Huayang looked expectantly at Yu Zhong as he continued, "Sir, is it possible for us to join your team? It was at least 10 times tougher to survive in the wild now compared to times before the apocalypse. The main reason was that there were countless strong mutant beasts in the wild, be it in the air, on the land, or even in the waters. There would be signs of them all over. Unless one was a high-level enhancer or evolver, there would only be certain death if a human was to face any of these mutant beasts. Even Yu Zhong himself could not guarantee that he would be able to survive if he was faced with the assault from a powerful mutant beast, much less any other normal person. And it was because of this that the four of them sought salvation and safety within Yu Zhong's fleet. Yu Zhong called Zhang Mingyi over, "Sure. However, joining me means that you'll have to adhere to my rules." Zhang Mingyi explained the rules to them. Yu Zhong would not force such stragglers to join his fleet. Instead, he let them choose. After all, a melon forcefully picked before ripening would not be sweet. This would ensure that the potential of people who harbored ill intents against him would be kept low. When Zhang Mingyi came over, he delved into the rules and regulations almost immediately. After a short round of discussion, Wang Huayang and the rest all agreed to join. It was, after all, a place with some form of order. Yu Zhong then called Luo Chong over. "Luo Chong, do you know the way to Long Tung Town from here?" Luo Chong replied, "Leader, I know." "Very good. Wei Ninghua, stand guard here." Wu Yin, Ming Jejia, Zhang Mingyi, and Luo Chong The four of you will follow me to pay a visit to Long Tung Town." Yu Zhong then threw away the blanket covering his legs and stood up. Zhang Mingyi saw Yu Zhong standing and almost fell back in shock. "He can stand." His leg had regenerated. "How is this possible?" "Master, you can stand. You've recovered. That's great." Ming Jia saw Yu Zhong standing up, and her face was filled with joy. "Leader truly possesses otherworldly abilities. You can even regrow a leg that's been broken. Truly amazing." Wu Yin's eyes flashed with admiration and veneration when he saw Yu Zhong stand. Wei Ninghua had a similar look of joy and reverence. "Too powerful. He truly is boss you. Yu Zhong, your leg's fine. Congratulations." At this time, Shu Qinya came over, with a hint of soft scent in the air that she brought along. Her eyes flashed with a strange glint when she saw Yu Zhong stand up, as she quickly laughed and said, "Can I join you on the trip to Long Tung Town?" "Okay." Yu Zhong looked at Shu Qinya as he pondered a short while before replying. Long Tung Town was a small town that belonged to the border between Guangxi and Vietnam. At this moment, atop a hill near to the town, there were 7 people standing quietly. They were precisely Yu Zhong's team. "That must be Long Tung Town." Yu Zhong pulled out a set of military-grade binoculars as he looked towards the distance with them. At the entrance of the town, there were 4 soldiers who stood about idly for half a day before they put their guns down and began a game of cards. Near the entrance, there were 4 gun turrets, but within those turrets, there wasn't a single gunman. This kind of defense was truly shoddy. Chapter 352. Entering the Town. Chapter 352. Entering the Town. Book 3. The South. It really is quite a mob. Yu Zhong glanced at the situation within the town and thought to himself. This small town's defense was the most negligent that Yu Zhong had ever seen. It seemed to not have been fortified at all. If there weren't any hidden traps, then just 1 battalion of warriors would easily be able to take down this town. "Let's go." Yu Zhong brought Ming Jia and the others with him as they all put on a simple disguise, beginning to walk toward the small town shortly afterwards. This was China, not Vietnam, so Yu Zhong could pretend to be an ordinary survivor and thus sneak into the town. Had this been Vietnam, then Yu Zhong, who didn't know Vietnamese, would find it very difficult to sneak into any sort of strategic military location. "Stand still right there. Who are you people?" Right when Yu Zhong and his party had arrived at the town, one of the 4 soldiers who had been playing cards stood up, blocking Yu Zhong's way as he shouted out loudly. Luo Chong lowered his figure and explained to the soldier in front of them, "We are survivors from Dongping Village. We've heard that there's a survivor base set up by the government here, so we've come here to seek shelter." That soldier carefully took a look at Yu Zhong and his party. As soon as he saw their backpacks, his eyes immediately lit up. He pointed at the backpacks and said, "Take those bags over here. If you want to enter the base, all of you must first be inspected. No prohibited items can be taken into the base." Luo Chong glanced at Yu Zhong, and upon seeing that he wasn't opposed to it, Luo Chong and the others immediately took off their backpacks one by one. They placed the bags onto a table at the side before opening them. "Cakes, milk, there's even cigarettes. Good stuff. This time our father have really hit the jackpot." Upon seeing the contents of the bags, that soldier immediately revealed an avaricious expression, and he began to frantically scoop up all the items. Another one of the soldiers also came over. Upon seeing the things inside the bags, his eyes also revealed an incomparably greedy look. He immediately stretched out his hands and tried to snatch away some of the items. "Let me have a look." "Fuck, Shui Gang, don't you hog all of this good stuff to yourself." The only benefit of being sentries at the town gate was that they could try to plunder the survivors who entered the small town. They naturally wouldn't let go of this sort of opportunity. The other 2 soldiers also surrounded the table, all of them stretching out their hands to snatch away the items and stuff them into their bosoms. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Zhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. These soldiers' behavior was truly like that of a troop of bandits. Luo Chong put on a timid expression and implored, "Brothers, leave a bit for me, all right. I'm begging you. I still need those items to survive. Shui Gang glanced at Luo Chong, and his expression darkened. He cursed angrily. Negligence. If you don't give me face, then I don't want it. This daddy here is taking your things because he thinks highly of you. If you keep blabbering, be careful of this daddy shooting you. All of you, enter the town and get lost. Only then did Luo Chong let out a sigh of relief, scowling miserably as he brought Yu Zhong and the others into the town. Slow down. Just at this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted at them to stop. Upon hearing that soldier's shout, everyone in Yu Zhong's party felt their muscles beginning to tighten as they prepared to make a move and kill off those 4 soldiers at any time. As soon as they made a move, then they would have to exterminate all the enemies who opposed them in a manner as fast and as powerful as thunder. If they acted rashly under a situation in which they didn't know the exact situation of Long Tongue Village, then just one careless mistake would mean that Yu Zhong and the others might be captured in this place. Luo Chong bent over his waist as he asked that soldier softly in a timid voice. What is it, big bro? That soldier's eyes flashed with a silvery light as he began to size up Shu Tianya, who was standing behind Yu Zhong. Even though Shu Tianya had already smeared quite a lot of dirt on her face, her ample, sexy figure still couldn't be concealed by her clothing. At the same time, every movement of hers possessed a confident temperament and charm. She hadn't made an effort to conceal those yet. As soon as the soldier saw Shu Tianya, he was firmly entranced by her temperament and figure. His eyes didn't leave Shu Tianya's ample bosom for even one moment. He then pointed toward a small room at the side and smiled deviously at Shu Tianya, saying, Come with me to go take a trip over there. Tian Dumang, how is it that you can even put an ugly person like this into your eyes? It's very likely that this woman hasn't bathed for several weeks. Tian Dumang, you're truly hopeless, although this ugly woman's figure is actually decent. The other 3 soldiers sat at the side, eating the food that they had plundered from Yu Zhong's team whilst laughing loudly at their companion. Upon hearing those 4 soldiers' unrestrained laughter, Shu Tianya was so angry that her expression turned ashen. She almost felt like making a move herself, directly freezing those soldiers into chunks of ice. Even though she had always gone along with the current ever since the apocalypse, it was still the first time that she had been insulted by others like this. Tian Demang saw that Shu Tianya stood there quietly, not moving, and his expression darkened. He berated her loudly. Fuck, you're still not moving. Don't you act like this. I've given you face, yet you don't want it. A series of thoughts went by in Shu Tianya's mind like lightning. She turned around her head to look at Yu Zhong, who seemed to have no intention of taking the initiative to save her. She subsequently steeled herself and quickly grabbed onto Yu Zhong's left arm, putting on the act of a pure and shy married woman as she said timidly, This is my husband. Yu Zhong's expression went blank for a moment. He didn't expect that Shu Tianya would actually push him out to use him as a shield. You're her man. Tian Demang glanced askance at Yu Zhong and threatened disdainfully. Make your woman accompany me for one night. Otherwise, your father will shoot you dead right here. Ever since the apocalypse, human lives were as lowly as those of ants. Tian Demang and the other soldiers were all criminals who had taken several human lives before, and they simply didn't see ordinary survivors as actual humans. Within Long Tongue Town, apart from the people behind the scenes whom they didn't dare to provoke, they didn't put any of the normal survivors in their eyes. Yu Zhong turned his head around to take a few glances left and right, discovering that there were barely any survivors in the vicinity of the town gate, almost making the place seem like a ghost town. Within a radius of 100 m, there was only a sandbag and a front formed from wire netting, in which a heavy machine gun was positioned. It was just that the 2 machine gunners were both in a deep sleep. Apart from them, there wasn't anyone else paying attention to this side. Fuck, you dare to ignore this daddy here. Your father will shoot you dead. Upon seeing Yu Zhong's mannerisms, Tian Dumang felt furious. He immediately raised his gun and aimed at Yu Zhong. Up until now, Tian Demang had become accustomed to acting rampantly. There were barely any survivors who dared to anger him, and so Yu Zhong's behavior made him feel as if his dignity was being provoked to the extreme. Asterisk 1. As soon as Yu Zhong turned around, a cold radiance flashed past in his eyes. His right hand suddenly stretched out into a claw, clutching Tian Dumang's throat. He exerted some force, and his huge strength erupted, instantly crushing Tian Dumang's throat. A hint of terror flashed past Tian Dumang's eyes, for he had never imagined that he would actually be killed in this way. Yu Zhong ordered coldly, "Take action. Don't let them say anything. I want them captured alive." Wu Yin instantly burst forwards, rushing towards a soldier like a cheetah. He chopped with his hand at the soldier's back, making the soldier instantly faint in one move. Zhang Mingyi was also a strong fighter with plentiful experience. Even before Yu Zhong had given out the order, he had already made battle preparations and chosen the most advantageous spot to fight from. As soon as he received the order, he pounced at the enemy, sending out 2 slashes with his hands in succession and knocking the other 2 soldiers unconscious as well. Yu Zhong watched the 2 machine gunners sleeping 100 m away, and both his eyes concentrated on them. He activated his art of fear 2 times in succession. 2 streaks of incomparably formidable spirit attacks broke into the 2 soldiers' minds, presenting countless terrifying scenes inside. The 2 soldiers were directly frightened to death. In the process of dealing with these 6 soldiers, there wasn't any noise made at all. Yu Zhong left Zhang Mingyi and White Bones behind to take care of things outside, before dragging Shui Gang and the other 2 into the small room at the side. Wu Yin directly took a bucket of water and poured it onto the 3 soldiers' bodies, thus waking them up. "Be a bit more well-behaved, otherwise I'll directly kill you all." Shui Gang and the other 2 had just awoken when they heard Yu Zhong's icy voice. At the same time, they felt the muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of their heads. They instantly became much more well-behaved and didn't start shouting and screaming, which might alert the other people inside the town. After all, warning the others wasn't as important as preserving their own lives. Yu Zhong watched the 3 as he said coldly, "I wish to know everything about Long Tongue Town. If you people explain everything sensibly, then I can let all of you live. If none of you will speak, then you can all go die." Shui Gang instantly brightened up, kneeling before Yu Zhong and repeatedly kowtowing as he said, "This humble person will definitely reveal all that he knows. Sir, please ask whatever you wish. As long as I know the answer, then I am willing to tell Sir everything about it. I am willing to tell you anything. As long as I know the answer, I definitely won't conceal anything from you." The 3 soldiers constantly kowtowed and pleaded to Yu Zhong without any courageous spirit whatsoever. They easily yielded, only wishing to continue living. Only then did Yu Zhong begin to inquire about Long Tongue Town's real situation. The 3 soldiers also tried to outdo each other as they revealed everything they knew to Yu Zhong. This Long Tongue Town had about 2,000 and several hundred survivors. Amongst them, 400 were Chen Liang's subordinates, although most of them were nothing more than mob members like Shui Gang. The number of Chen Liang's confidants who could actually fight only numbered in the 40s, who were all equipped with high-level mutant beast leather armor, making them almost invulnerable. At the same time, they were all enhancers above level 10. Only by relying on these 40-plus aides and his own formidable fighting strength did Chen Liang become the controller of this small town. Amongst the 40-plus confidants, there were 4 high-level enhancers who were all above level 30, whom had been named by Chen Liang as the 4 Great Vajrapanis. The 4 Great Vajrapanis were known as Strength King Ma Xiong, Fire King He Sheng, Sky King Yuan Zhen, and Azure King Su Jin. After he had seized Long Tongue Town, Chen Liang didn't really possess any management skills. The entire town had been neglected and ruined by his earlier actions, whilst he and his subordinates continued to spend most of their time playing with women. Therefore, the entire town seemed somewhat dead, with all the good-looking and respected women not daring to leave their homes, or making themselves look filthy and smell bad on purpose, which meant that no one took an interest in them. If it wasn't for all the survivors being terrified of the tyrannical fighting power of Chen Liang and his subordinates, then the entire town would have long risen up in rebellion. Zhang had also gotten a very precious piece of intelligence from Gang, that after Chen Liang had seized Teng town, he had captured a company of border guards. He had only imprisoned them, with the wholehearted intention of assimilating the border guards. However, up until now, he had only been able to make 6 or 7 of the soldiers from the frontier army capitulate. Chapter 353, Shadow Wolf. Chapter 353, Shadow Wolf. Book 3, The South. That company of soldiers were specially sent to subdue Teng town. However, the moment they had conquered it, the commanding officer was set up and murdered by Chen Liang, and the rest of the soldiers were suppressed and locked up. They had no chance to exhibit their combat prowess. A company of soldiers. That's great. When Zhang heard this news, his eyebrows relaxed. Those who had received prior professional training were the best combatants. With this company as the core of his new battalion, he could quickly train up the other troops, and with the experience of a few more battles, the battalion would be able to stand on its own. Zhang stood up and directly ordered Gang, "Go. Lead me to the prison." Gang's face paled, and he glanced at Zhang's companions awkwardly as he said, "Sir, there are 20 soldiers guarding the prison, whilst at the same time, there's also the most powerful Sky, King Yuan Zhen, standing guard. Wouldn't you say that perhaps you don't quite have enough people?" Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression sunk a little. Wu Yin immediately bumped the muzzle of the gun against Gang's head and said icily, "If we want you to lead the way, then do so. Don't waste any words. Or do you want to have a hole blown in your head right now?" Gang was startled and hurriedly replied, I'll lead. Let's go right now." Wu Yin glanced at the other 2 soldiers, and a cold light flashed past his eyes as he directly asked, "Boss, what should we do about these 2? Should we kill them off?" After experiencing so many things, Wu Yin was already no longer a normal, naive person. Rather, he had grown to now become an iron-blooded warrior. In his eyes, those enemies' lives were as lowly as those of ants. If necessary, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them. Upon hearing this, those 2 soldiers' expressions instantly turned deathly pale as they repeatedly kowtowed towards Zhang. Zhang glanced at the soldiers and said lightly, "Knock them unconscious and tie them up. I've agreed that they can keep living if they cooperate. If they appear on the battlefield, then it's best to finish them off there." Upon hearing Zhang's words, Gang, who was standing at the side, let out a slight sigh of relief. Gang was truly afraid of Zhang destroying the bridge after crossing the river and killing him after he had accomplished his goal. Yes, Wu Yin received Zhang's order and immediately knocked the 2 soldiers unconscious, before using rope to firmly tie them up. Go! The town seemed to be dead. There wasn't a single store open to do business, nor was there anyone wandering outside. Most of the survivors were hiding inside their homes, waiting for their deaths like walking corpses. It was only in the meadows, which still had some life in them, that there were quite a lot of survivors surrounding the large trees. They were searching for insects, tree leaves, wild herbs, and other similar things to eat, try to eat their fill with great difficulty, and continue surviving. None of the survivors even glanced at Zhang and the rest, for they had no strength left to pay attention to the matters of others. It was very challenging for them to even keep living. From time to time, one would see human corpses on the roadside, the cause of death being either starvation or suicide. Even then, there was no one who paid attention to these corpses, nor was there anyone who could be bothered to dispose of them. The entire town didn't have a single trace of vitality, emitting a rotten lethargy. Perhaps even without a zombie invasion, this small town wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few months. This Chen Liang really is useless to actually turn this small town into this state. Zhang saw the dead atmosphere in the town, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. This was his first time seeing such awful management, a town without any order whatsoever. Back then, regardless of whether it was Qing Yuan County or SY City, although the lives of the survivors were all very bitter, there was still social order to some extent. There was even a hint of hope, of emerging vitality. Yet in Long Tung Town, there wasn't any liveliness whatsoever. Almost all of the survivors were doing nothing more than waiting for death. After walking for a while, Yu Zhong and his party arrived at the prison. Outside the prison gate stood 4 soldiers holding Type 81 rifles. Finish them, Yu Zhong directly ordered White Bones in a low voice. The demonic spiritual fire in White Bones' eyes flashed, and White Bones opened its right hand. For Bones' spears explosively shot out and instantly pierced through the heads of the 4 soldiers, killing them. How terrifying! Upon seeing this scene, Shui Gang felt a slight chill in his heart. Yu Zhong had actually ordered his subordinate to kill without any further hesitation whatsoever, and the deed had been done instantly without any noise, leaving behind no traces. His heart went cold. Kill of all the guards inside. Yu Zhong ordered White Bones in a heavy tone. Since he had already taken action, Yu Zhong decided to show no quarter. After receiving Yu Zhong's order, White Bones rapidly rushed into the prison like lightning. White Bones possessed speed 5 times that of a normal person. Although it couldn't compare to Yu Zhong in this aspect, its speed was still far above that of an ordinary person. As soon as it rushed into the prison, bone blades began to shoot out violently one after another, beheading the prison guards inside one by one. Fun fact, the average man jogs at a speed of 3 miles per hour, which equivalates to 100 m in 27 seconds. That means White Bone's speed is at a shocking 5 miles per hour. Don't really understand? Usain Bolt's 100 m fastest speed is at 79 miles per hour. You guys could do the math from there. White Bones was truly too nimble. By the time one of the prison guards had reacted, it had already beheaded 13 others in succession. The remaining guards all raised their guns and opened fire with all their might at White Bones. It was just that when the lead bullets hit White Bones, all of them immediately ricocheted off. *1 White Bones effortlessly riposted with bone blades he sent flying through the air, directly beheading all of the remaining few prison guards. Once White Bones had killed the last guard, the door to a room opened and a topless man wearing just his underpants rushed out. This man was precisely Chen Liang's subordinate, one of the 4 great Vajrapanis, Sky King Yuanzhen. Yuanzhen saw the dismembered bodies of the prison guards in the surroundings, and his heart shivered. He berated White Bones loudly. "Who are you? To think that you dare to commit such atrocities here." White Bones did not even waste any breath. *2 instead, it raised its huge axe and dashed forward with a heavy killing intent towards Yuanzhen. "You deserve to die." Yuanzhen's eyes flashed, and he bellowed in rage as he stepped forward, activating his ground manipulation ability. An incredibly sharp spike made of earth shot out from the ground towards White Bones. The sharp spike had formed very quickly, and it pierced White Bones, lodging White Bones against the ceiling of the cell. Sky King Yuanzhen had the ground manipulation ability, which he had enhanced thrice. At the same time, he was a level 39 spirit-based enhancer. His control of the ground manipulation ability was faster than most other normal enhancers, and the speed at which it pierced his enemies was extremely quick. Although it was the same skill, in the hands of different people, it could be utilized differently and exhibit varying amounts of strength. Sky King Yuanzhen truly had the ability as a combatant. Within the entire Long Tung town, Chen Liang was the only person whom he had no confidence of winning against. Yuanzhen eyed White Bones that was pinned to the ceiling as he laughed coldly. "Trash. Just based on your ability, you want to lay siege on this place. Truly audacious and not knowing your place." All of a sudden, his face turned pale and instantly conjured up a huge wall of earth to defend himself. At almost an instant later, gunshots rang out from a distance away as 6 bullets landed explosively on the wall of earth. The bullets created 6 holes, penetrating them and exploded on the body of Yuanzhen, sending him flying to the ground. Yu Zhong waved his huge dark tooth blade, and the wall of earth was instantly sliced apart, and Yuanzhen could be seen struggling to stand up. Still not dead. What a tough mutant beast hide. It must belong to a Type 2 mutant beast. Yu Zhong eyed Yuanzhen and quickly made an assessment. Only a Type 2 mutant beast hide could properly withstand the bullets from a stinger, but even then, a low-level Type 2 mutant beast hide would at most minimize the damage, not block it fully. Yuanzhen had just pushed himself off the ground when a sharp bone spike shot towards his head in a flurry from the ceiling. Yuanzhen reacted in a frenzy and activated his ground manipulation ability again as he raised another wall of earth to defend himself. The sharp bone spike pierced through 30% of the thick wall before it came to a stop. White Bones then morphed its bones and dropped down from the ceiling. As it fell, it swung its huge bone axe viciously downward in an explosive attack on the wall of earth. When that axe swung down, the huge wall instantly shuddered before shattering beneath the enormous oppressive force. On the other side, Yuanzhen was frantically pushing himself and controlling the wall of earth to rejoin and lock the axe in place. At the same time, with a thought, he opened up 2 small holes, allowing him to view the situation on the other side of the wall. Just as he wanted to observe, a shadow wolf appeared by his side, noiselessly. Opening its huge jaws, it clamped down on his unguarded throat without mercy. When did it appear? That was the last thought flashing through Yuanzhen's mind as his throat was snapped in twain by the shadow wolf, fresh blood splurting all over. The shadow wolf could hide itself within the shadows, escaping detection from enemies. As Yuanzhen had focused all his attention when facing against White Bones, the shadow wolf had made use of the chance to attack. If it were a fight between Mingyang and Yuanzhen, he might have ended the fight within a second. With the death of Yuanzhen, the maintenance of the spell was dissolved, and the earth wall, as well as the earth spike, immediately broke down, returning to their original form. After Yu Zhong had finished off Yuanzhen, he ordered Zhang Mingyi to release the soldiers within the jail cell and gather them at the field. Yu Zhong watched the soldiers, who almost numbered a complete company, and said in a heavy voice, "I am Yu Zhong. It is I who saved you all. Right now you have 2 choices. The first one is that as long as you agree to not oppose me, then you can leave the town by yourselves. The second is to serve me and go exterminate Chen Liang together with me. You will all henceforth obey my orders. I will bring you weapons, food, victory, glory, and respect." Upon hearing Yu Zhong's speech, the soldiers from the frontier army remained taciturn for a period of time. They all looked at each other and began to discuss spiritedly. None of them understood exactly what sort of person Yu Zhong was. It would be almost impossible for them to immediately start obeying Yu Zhong. After all, they weren't like Gan Tao, someone who had suffered enough from the Vietnamese army's torment and humiliation. As soon as he was rescued, Gan Tao had immediately been full of gratitude towards Yu Zhong. A dark-skinned, very robust-looking soldier who was 1.7 tall stood out and said in a low voice, "Hello, Yu Zhong. I am Shen Jingwang. We are willing to put an end to Chen Liang together with you. As long as you don't do anything that will harm the people of Longtung Town, we can follow your orders for 1 month. After 1 month, we will decide whether to properly follow you or not. Do you think this is okay?" Inchworm's Wiki. Ah, the beauty of the wild inchworm stampede. Chapter 354, Grinding. Chapter 354, Grinding. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong heard their decision and directly agreed. Fine. As long as these soldiers could serve as military instructors for 1 month, then they could train some new recruits for Yu Zhong. As long as they underwent a period of tempering and actual battle, those new recruits would possess better fighting strength. Real combat was the best method of training troops. Only under the influence of real combat and the training provided in such a situation could such soldiers truly become elites. Upon hearing Shan Jingwang's proposal, the other soldiers of the frontier army also agreed to it. After all, the outside world was currently extremely dangerous. Even if Yu Zhong magnanimously let them go, without weapons, it would be very difficult for them to survive outside of this small town in the wilderness. After incorporating these new troops, Yu Zhong then distributed all the different firearms seized from Chen Liang's subordinates to his new soldiers. Yu Zhong alone could wipe out one company of soldiers, so even if Shen Jingguang and the others revolted, he would still be able to suppress them. Only after they had picked up the Type 81 rifles and the ammunition did Shen Jingguang and the other 19 soldiers feel a little more secure in their hearts. "Take me to Chen Liang's place." Yu Zhong summoned Shui Gang and directly ordered. Shui Gang saw how Yu Zhong had successfully attacked the prison that had over 20 soldiers guarding it so easily, and he felt even more reverence and respect in his heart. "Yes, sir." After exiting the prison, Yu Zhong looked left and right. Only to his surprise, he didn't see any reinforcements. It must be known that he and his team had just made quite the disturbance inside the prison, with sounds of gunfire resounding all over the place. If this had happened in the territory of some other power, police sirens would have long erupted and the army would have driven over. Zhang Mingyi and Wu Yin took the lead, rushing in the direction of the most luxurious villa compound under Shui Gang's guidance. Chen Liang and his confidants resided precisely in that villa compound, living their lavish lives of debauchery in a drunken stupor. The villa compound was surrounded by a 3 m tall perimeter wall, which had high-voltage electricity surging through the surface. Inside the wall, there stood 4 towering machine gun turrets, each of them defended by 2 soldiers. At the entrance to the villa, there were another 8 soldiers standing guard. Inside the villa itself, squadrons of soldiers were constantly patrolling the place one after another, making the security seem extremely tight. The defense inside this villa were even more rigid than that of the entire combined Long-Tung town. Zhang Mingyi glanced at the villa from afar, his eyebrows furrowing as he said, "It seems that this place won't be so easy to attack." Shui Gang heard this and directly said, "Sir, you needn't worry. They seem to be guarding the place tightly, but in reality, each and every one of them can't fight. As long as you get rid of few of them, then they will directly fall apart." "Oh." Zhang Mingyi heard Shui Gang's words and his heart stirred. He directly took out an AK and released a torrent of frenzied machine gunfire towards the entrance of the villa. The sudden arrival of a metal storm of bullets instantly enveloped the soldiers patrolling at the entrance. In that dense rain of bullets, 4 of the 8 soldiers protecting the entrance instantly collapsed onto the ground. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The remaining 4 soldiers instantly turned incomparably frenetic. As they shouted loudly, they crazily ran inside the villa. The soldiers stationed around the villa's 4 machine gun turrets similarly fell into a panic. They directly pulled the triggers, spraying out a myriad of flames into all directions, firing randomly everywhere. Their shooting had no accuracy whatsoever, and they hit absolutely nothing but thin air, wasting a huge amount of bullets in vain. Yu Zhong's gaze flashed as he took out a Type 03 rifle and fired 2 shots in succession at one of the machine gun turrets. The 2 soldiers stationed there immediately had their heads blown off. After those 2 soldiers had been finished off, the other machine gun turrets promptly stopped firing. The 6 remaining machine gunners all lay down on the ground, not daring to emerge in the slightest. Wu Yin raked the villa entrance with gunfire using his Type 05 light machine gun, wounding or killing the soldiers one after another. The soldiers inside the villa compound all hid behind cover, not daring to show their heads in the slightest. They would only fire randomly at Yu Zhong's direction from time to time, not even daring to emerge. "Defeat them," Yu Zhong ordered White Bones, who was standing beside him. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's order, a fierce radiance flashed past White Bones' eyes. It directly rushed over to the villa entrance without bothering to dodge any of the enemy's bullets. A huge number of the bullets hit White Bones' body before they all ricocheted off. No matter how both sides saw it, A hint of fear flashed past everyone's eyes. Shui Gang's expression paled, and he thought to himself, how terrifying to think that there's actually someone who's impervious to gunfire. With this sort of existence, just how many people would be able to block his assault? Shen Jingwan's expression also changed. Sure enough, these people are enhancers with tyrannical strength. No wonder they dare to challenge Chen Liang with such few numbers. It's just still unknown whether their emergence will be good or bad to the people of Long Tung Town. Braving the dense rain of bullets, White Bones soon rushed up to the villa entrance. 4 bone blades flew out backward from his hands, and 4 human heads all flew into the air at once, with fresh blood splattering everywhere. I surrender. Don't kill me. Surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Upon seeing this frightening scene, the soldiers inside the villa instantly lost all their fighting spirit. One by one, they either threw down their firearms and fled further inside the villa, or knelt down on the ground, crying out loudly for mercy. They had no more determination to fight whatsoever. White Bones didn't pay attention to the soldiers begging for mercy on the floor. Rather, it continued to crazily charge forward, constantly beheading the soldiers who were still resisting. Bone blades and bone spears constantly flickered about, bringing forth huge patches of fresh blood. Those amongst Chen Liang's confidants who still attempted to resist were all easily beheaded by White Bones, or impaled to death. Zhang brought his party along as he followed behind White Bones, continuously subduing the terrified mobs of soldiers. That son of a bitch actually dares to misbehave here. Does he not want his life anymore? Accompanied by a furious shout, a sinister-looking brute walked out from a villa and coldly looked down at the current situation outside. He was 1.8 tall and had a shaven head, with a huge wolf fawn club in his hands. With a bang, the club-wielding brute instantly had his head blown apart, and his body fell backwards. The smoke being emitted from the stinger in Zhang's hands still hadn't completely dissipated as he glanced at the brute and said coldly, "You spout too much nonsense. Fool!" Standing beside Zhang, Shui Gang looked at the brute who had his head blown off, and his heart felt slightly complicated. That brute was one of Chen Liang's 4 great Vajrapanis, Strength King Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong possessed a body full of monstrous energy. Just one strike of his club could smash an L2 zombie's head into pieces. At the same time, he wore mutant beast armor with astonishing defense capabilities on his body. Back when Chen Liang had first seized Long Tung Town, Ma Xiong had killed many other experts. Yet today he had actually been finished off by Zhang in one shot. He didn't even have time to announce his name. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying Zhang's power was. As soon as Ma Xiong had been killed, White Bones directly rushed into the villa in which he had resided. Very quickly, tragic death cries could be heard from within the villa. Evidently, White Bones was currently slaughtering those soldiers who posed no threat to it whatsoever. Not long after, White Bones, who was covered in blood, immediately walked out of the villa and continued to act as the vanguard, rushing further inside the villa compound. Under White Bones' devilish assault, the soldiers who had no hearts to fight all fell apart and surrendered. In fact, the entire way, all Zhang and his party had to do was gather captives. They simply didn't encounter any sort of resistance at all. Those who did resist were insta-killed by White Bones in one strike anyway. Zhang and his team launched attacks the entire way with irresistible force. Once they had reached the center of the villa compound, however, the situation suddenly changed. One after another, rattan vines began to suddenly rise up from the ground, trying to engulf White Bones. Nevertheless, White Bones was still a powerhouse who had experienced countless battles. 2 bone blades erupted from both of its legs and easily chopped those 2 rattan vines in half. Just when the 2 rattan vines had been severed, 4 more of them burst out from where White Bones had landed. With great precision, they shot towards all 4 of White Bones' limbs. As soon as White Bones was caught by those rattan vines, it would have no way of moving at all. It would then only serve as the best target for the other strong enemies. Those four rattan vines were insanely fast and unpredictable. It would be very difficult to dodge them, even for Zhang, who possessed the consummate speed of more than 10 people. White Bones only had speed 5 times that of a normal person, and so it simply couldn't avoid the assaulting vines. It was instantly entangled by the fearful rattan vines. White Bones' eyes flashed with a demonic spiritual fire, and the bones that had been bound by the rattan vines turned into incomparably sharp bone blades in an instant. Its figure flashed, and it rushed forward, directly chopping all the rattan vines in half. Once White Bones had struggled free from the rattan vines, it extended its right hand and pointed to a room in the distance. A sharp bone spear flew out from its finger and instantly pierced through the head of the man inside the room, nailing him to the wall like a freshly framed picture. That man was precisely one of Chen Liang's subordinates, the Azure King Su Jin of the Four Great Vajrapanis. Now that Su Jin was dead, all of the rattan vines disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing but several large holes behind, which showed that something had emerged from the ground just now. Zhang Mingyi watched White Bones kill Su Jin with ease, and his heart was full of astonishment. How powerful! This White Bones is truly too tyrannical. To actually be able to easily behead someone as strong as this. No wonder he can represent Commander Yu Zhong's entire army. If there were no heavy weapons, perhaps even an entire battalion wouldn't be able to stop him. Just at this moment, a short, ordinary-looking young man in his 20s walked out from one of the nearby villas. He had dyed yellow hair, ear piercings, and was dressed like a gangster. With a hazy expression, he said coldly, "Who is it? Who dares to come to my place and murder people? Fuck, do you not want to live anymore?" Shui Gang looked at Chen Liang, who was dressed like a gangster, and he couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. He retreated a few steps and said, "Chen Liang, this demon has finally emerged." Yu Zhong glanced at Chen Liang and directly used the stinger to fire a shot at his head. With a bang, the stinger bullet almost instantly appeared between Chen Liang's eyebrows. Just as Chen Liang was about to have his head blown off by Yu Zhong, threads of green light began to rush out from the pit of his stomach. A small green bell flew out and landed onto his head, emitting many halos of green light that formed a protective layer around his body. The stinger bullet bombarded the green halos, yet immediately bounced off. Chapter 355, Battling Chen Liang. Chapter 355, Battling Chen Liang. Book 3, The South. What's that? Yu Zhong looked at the green bell on Chen Liang's head, and his eyes shined. It definitely was some kind of treasure. "You dare to attack me? I will destroy you." Chen Liang's features contorted as he bellowed with rage and bravado, while his heart secretly palpitated with fear. If it wasn't for that level 5 treasure bronze spiritual bell, he would have his head blasted beyond recognition. "Go die." Chen Liang's expression was steely as he stepped forward and threw an explosive punch towards White Bones. White Bones seemed to have been assaulted with a huge weight as it was sent flying back a few meters. That bone carapace that could withstand even the impact of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun was currently full of scars. Shun Jingguang, Wu Yin, and Zhang Mingyi used their guns to fire wildly at Chen Liang, and the dense hail of bullets seemed to envelope him. However, those bullets were immediately stopped in midair. When the bronze spiritual bell shot out a green beam to protect Chen Liang, it caused the bullets to fall to the ground, leaving Chen Liang unscathed. "It's useless. Hey, you bunch of bastards. Watch while your father kills all of you." Chen Liang laughed grimly, and like a devil, he shot towards Yu Zhong and the rest. His attack has a limited range. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Liang charging over as he quietly assessed. "Retreat," Yu Zhong barked out as he waved his hands, and a PF-98 appeared in them. He quickly took aim at Chen Liang and fired off a rocket. With a flash, the anti-tank rocket exploded towards Chen Liang. "Rocket! Damn bastard!" Chen Liang looked at the rocket in Yu Zhong's hands, and his eyes narrowed. He kicked off with both his legs, as his entire body rolled toward a small ditch. The rocket brushed past Chen Liang's body and exploded when it came into contact with a wall of a villa, blasting a huge hole in it. While the defense of that green bell is extraordinary, it seems that it cannot withstand the impact of a rocket. Yu Zhong watched Chen Liang dodging his attack, and quickly came to a conclusion about the treasure. Fuck, die bitch. With the shattering of glass, Chen Liang appeared from another room by jumping through the window. His eyes flashed with a furious killing intent as he threw out an explosive punch. Yu Zhong was currently about 40 m away from Chen Liang, yet the latter had actually thrown out a punch in mid-air. This punch was seemingly harmless. However, Yu Zhong did not dare be careless and raised his hands in front to defend. At the next instant, a torrential energy wave came crashing heavily onto Yu Zhong's shoulders, bypassing the Type 2 mutant ferocious pig's hide he was wearing. It caused him to fly back a few meters, and his shoulder blades almost shattered. What a terrifying strength! This fellow! Yu Zhong leapt to his feet, his gaze filled with shock. Although Chen Liang did not know how to manage a town, and the people working for him were just a mob, he did indeed possess power. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong's own resilience, that earlier blow might have shattered his bones. Even with his endurance, he still felt his shoulders go numb from the pain. Die! Chen Liang's eyes turned cold as he laughed out icily. He pushed off with his feet, and he suddenly shot towards Yu Zhong as though he had grown wings, and because of the leap, he was moving at a speed 20 times faster than a normal person. Right at this moment, White Bones flashed forward, and it blocked Chen Liang's charge, waving its huge axe towards him in a vicious manner. Regardless of the defense mechanism, maintaining it would require the expenditure of energy, and if there was a limit to its capabilities, as long as the force exceeded it, it could destroy the defense. Chen Liang smiled coldly, and in an instant, his fist came to a halt before bombarding towards White Bones. Trash! You have such puny power, yet you still want to block this daddy's path. Let I, your father, blast your head apart. White Bones, who was standing a dozen meters away from Chen Liang, twisted its body slightly. The very next moment, its shoulder blade shattered and it flew backwards a dozen meters, before crashing into a villa and disappearing inside. During that instant when Chen Liang had stopped his assault on White Bones, Shen Jingguang and the other soldiers all used their rifles to fire at Chen Liang in a frenzy. Countless bullets hit the green halos covering his body before they all immediately ricocheted off. Trash! Go die! Chen Liang saw that they were firing at him, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards one of the soldiers. In just a few breaths, he was already within 40 meters of that soldier, and he sent out a punch into the void. In an instant, the soldier's head was directly split open and exploded by that terrifying, tremendous force. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, each and every person's expression changed greatly, and their figures instantly retreated. At this moment, Chen Liang seemed like an unrivaled demon. Not only was he invulnerable to their gunfire, but at the same time, he possessed incomparably terrifying killing methods. Although Zhang Mingyi and the others had the advantage in numbers, very few of them possessed the means of injuring Chen Liang. Go die! Go die! Those who betray me should all go die. I am an unrivaled existence. Ha 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 ha! Ha! Chen Liang let out an insane laugh as he repeatedly waved his fist. Facing Chen Liang's terrifying and bizarre abilities, the soldiers were killed one after another. Either their head was blasted apart, or a large hole was blown through their heart. Otherwise, they were hit directly in the waist and bombarded in half, and would start emitting painful cries on the ground. With the protection of the bronze, spiritual bell, Chen Liang possessed the potential to single-handedly destroy an entire company of soldiers that did not possess any heavy weapons. This was the reason why he was able to terrorize the entire town, even though he possessed zero governing ability. Animal! Shun Jingguang saw his comrades dying in front of him, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he wielded his Type 81 rifle as he fired at Chen Liang in a frenzy. A large number of the bullets landed on the green halo and ricocheted off, serving only to draw his attention away. Chen Liang turned around and glanced at Shun Jingguang before smirking coldly and waved that fist of his that could snatch a person's life easily. At this moment, he felt a sudden surge of crisis, and he immediately shifted about 5 m in mid-air as a rocket flew past him and exploded on another villa behind him, blasting a new hole. He has the danger perception ability. What a troublesome fellow. Yu Zhong put down his rocket launcher and eyed Chen Liang at the distance as he pondered. Chen Liang mocked Yu Zhong with a cold laugh, and he shot towards Yu Zhong like a rocket, even though he hadn't made any movements, as he said, "It's useless. I'm invincible. Today, all you bastards are going to die at my hands." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated his bone-encompassing armor and shadow steps. At that instant, white bones turned into an orb of light and reappeared on Yu Zhong's body. Yu Zhong then pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and charged towards Chen Liang. Both parties approached each other, and within a distance of 40 m, Chen Liang laughed coldly again as he sent out a fist. "Trash. Die." Yu Zhong's gaze frosted over as his body dodged towards the right, and a huge blast of energy brushed past his body, landing on the ground behind and resulted in a huge hole. While Chen Liang's attack was extremely brutal, it was crude and simple, and Yu Zhong simply sidestepped with his boosted speed and evaded the blow, before continuing with his own. He quickly arrived in front of Chen Liang. "Idiot, just die." Chen Liang looked at Yu Zhong, who had charged in front of him, and he barked out a cold laugh and sent another fist at him. Yu Zhong had just thought of evading, but he felt a deadly premonition and instead shot out 2 bone spears from his feet, sending him towards the sky. Chen Liang's fist had just exploded out and did not hit the 2 bone spears, but they shattered, turning into countless bone fragments. "Air cannon. You must be using the air manipulation ability." Yu Zhong landed on the ground and managed to see through Chen Liang's ability. Chen Liang responded with a grim smile, and with a thought, he conjured 10 air cannons, sending towards Yu Zhong. "That's right. Even though you have figured it out, it's still useless. My ability is an unparalleled existence." The closer the air cannons were to Chen Liang himself, the more threatening they become. He could also feel that Yu Zhong was going to be hard to deal with. That's why he had purposefully lured Yu Zhong closer. Chen Liang had, by a stroke of luck, come across and killed 2 Type 3 mutant beasts that were engaged in a fight. They had been exhausted, and Chen Liang gained the benefits at the end, not only obtaining the bronze spiritual bell, he also managed to raise his air manipulation ability to the 2nd level. On top of that, he even reached level 53. His power was truly considered without peer in the vicinity. It was because of this that he was full of confidence dealing with Yu Zhong. The 10 air cannons were truly frightening, and when they exploded on Yu Zhong's body, his bone-encompassing armor was immediately blasted apart. His own body felt like it was hit by countless heavy weights, as the impact knocked and sent tremors within his internal organs, causing him to spit out blood. Yu Zhong took a deep breath before he activated his Art of Fear. An oppressive spirit attack immediately weighed towards Chen Liang, bringing with it countless horrifying images. Chen Liang only frowned slightly, with no change to his body. His spirit was after all close to Yu Zhong's level. The Art of Fear did not work against him. "Still not dead? Let me send you on your way." Chen Liang sneered before pointing at Yu Zhong and activated his ability. Right at this time, an ice spear came flying out of nowhere and exploded viciously on the green halo released by the green spiritual bell, causing the halo to tremble before becoming dimmer. Chen Liang immediately shot a look towards the direction and discovered Shu Tianya, whose face was pale. Chen Liang eyed Shu Tianya, and his expression turned to one of viciousness and ferocity. "Fucking bitch! After your daddy, I catch you and fuck you over." I'll tear your limbs apart. Then I'll send you to be messed with by the people in town." Hearing such venomous words, Shu Tianya's face turned white. Based on his strength, he truly did possess the ability to carry it out. "Before then, I'll incinerate you." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with an icy light as he created his devil flame sword and swung it down viciously towards Chen Liang in a supremely powerful attack. Chapter 356 XCX. Chapter 356 XCX. Co-Invititious. Book 3. The South. Chapter 356. Finishing Chen Liang. The huge devil flame sword came swinging down viciously onto the halo of the bronze spiritual bell, and that intense fiery energy that could even incinerate the protective scales of a Type 2 mutant beast came down, exploding on the halo. Under Yu Zhong's control, the devil flame exhibited an unparalleled might, and the green halo started to crack. The level of damage from the devil flame was dependent on Yu Zhong's combined attributes as well as the level of the skill. As a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver, his overall strength was definitely a cut above most other evolvers. The devil flame was likewise many times more fearsome, and could easily pierce through even the toughest of scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. Just when the devil flame sword was about to slice Chen Liang's neck, the bronze spiritual bell atop his head flashed, and a huge green halo spread out in all directions. The terrifying flames from the devil flame sword were dissipated as a result. At the same time, the bronze spiritual bell dimmed a lot and fell on the ground. The green halo also disappeared as a result. Although it was a level 5 treasure, it had its limits as well, and defending against that one fearsome strike from Yu Zhong took all of its energy. When the bronze spiritual bell broke, Chen Liang's face instantly fell. There was nothing so far that had managed to break his defense ever since he obtained that treasure. He had even experienced countless rockets in his face fired by normal people, and he was always unscathed. This was why he dared to be a tyrant and oppress everyone else. When Wu Yin and Zhang Mingyi saw the bronze spiritual bell land on the floor, their mind trembled and immediately lifted their guns and fired wildly at Chen Liang. Without the protection of the bell, Chen Liang wasn't an invincible foe anymore. "Bunch of bastards. I'll remember this." Chen Liang roared in anger as he activated his level 2 air manipulation ability, and a barrier made entirely of air appeared around him. The countless bullets hit the barrier and ricocheted off. Chen Liang waved his hand as he sent out a wave of energy and collected the bronze spiritual bell into his hand. "Go to die." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with coldness as he reached out with his fingers, and 10 small orbs of devil flame shot towards Chen Liang. Chen Liang's face turned pale as he quickly activated his skill, and the air barrier appeared once more. The 10 devil flame blasts exploded on contact, causing the air barrier to be blasted apart, and from the point of impact, the resulting explosion expanded outwards. However, Chen Liang concentrated, and a current of air caused the flames to be blown away. The intense flames landed on the surrounding buildings, causing them to start burning. Chen Liang was just an ordinary enhancer, and his spirit was naturally incomparable to Yu Zhong, who was a spirit and endurance-based evolver. However, he possessed a level 2 skill, and just based on the might of the skill, he managed to totally suppress Yu Zhong. If he only had the level 1 version, then he would have long been incinerated by Yu Zhong. Chen Liang had just defended against the assault from Yu Zhong when an incredibly sharp ice spear shot from his blind spot, aiming for his head. At the same time, Wu Yin, Chen Jingguang, Zhang Mingyi, and a few other soldiers were all firing at him. Facing their overwhelming attacks, Chen Liang roared in anger once again, as his level 2 air manipulation ability was casted once again, defending him from the front. The bullets landed on the air barrier and ricocheted off, while the ice spear hit the barrier and shattered, causing large chunks of ice to scatter all over the ground. Every single attack had smashed into the barrier and was thoroughly defended against. Having activated the skill multiple times in succession, Chen Liang's face was pale, and he quickly turned around as he sprinted towards the distance in an attempt to escape. He had expended a huge amount of energy casting his skill in succession, and while the level 2 ability was shocking, the consumption was likewise dangerous. If he couldn't take out the enemy quickly, he would lose his combat stamina rapidly. Thinking of escape? I'll make sure to execute you today. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he waved his hands to hide his access of the storage ring, and his PF-98 appeared in his grips. He took one quick aim at Chen Liang and immediately fired off. With his current state and activation of shadow steps, Yu Zhong's speed was quicker than normal people by an absurd number of times, and that entire movement only took 1 second. He had already seen through Chen Liang's usage of the air manipulation activity to send himself charging at an extreme speed. With this attack, he was confident of hitting his target. I can't escape. Chen Liang also possessed the danger perception skill, and he felt the sense of crisis approaching from his back. He gritted his teeth and swiftly activated his level 2 skill once more as the air barrier appeared again. With a flash, the rocket landed within that barrier of air. However, the resulting explosion did not happen, and instead, the rocket was trapped and suspended there. Here, I'll return it to you. Chen Liang bellowed in rage, and his eyes flashed while he concentrated on his ability and used the air currents to turn the rocket around and shoot it towards Yu Zhong this time. Yu Zhong was prepared, however, as a bone spike shot out from his right arm and pierced into a nearby house, supporting him as it shot him into the sky. He leapt high up and intended to dodge the incoming rocket. Naive, Chen Liang laughed grimly, and he pushed his skill, and the rocket seemed to gain a life of its own as it chased after Yu Zhong. By now, Chen Liang had already hidden within a small alley and was evading the line of sight of everyone else, as he focused on controlling the rocket to hit Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at the rocket surrounded by the air pocket heading for him, and his face changed. His left hand shot a bone spike towards the rocket within the air pocket, intending to slice it in two. It's too late. Chen Liang laughed out madly, and the rocket swiftly shot towards Yu Zhong under his control and immediately detonated. The fearsome thing about the level 2 air manipulation ability was that with his intense focus, he could do anything with it. The resulting explosion swallowed Yu Zhong up. Ha ha! I'm the strongest. Ha! Chen Liang laughed out madly. He could feel that amongst the enemies present, the one posing the greatest threat to him was Yu Zhong. As for the rest, once he recovered, he could slaughter them all. As he was still gloating, from amidst his shadows, a shadow wolf pounced over noiselessly and bit towards his neck. All of Chen Liang's attention had been on Yu Zhong, and only when the razor-sharp teeth were touching his neck did Chen Liang react and sent out an explosive fist towards the shadow wolf. Following that strike, the shadow wolf dissipated into nothing. At the same time, Chen Liang also let out a moan in agony. The shadow wolf had bitten off a huge chunk of meat from his neck, causing fresh blood to flow. Damn it! Damn it! The sharp pain caused Chen Liang to lose focus and grow lightheaded as he continued to moan in agonizing pain, like a wild beast. Pong! A stinger bullet lodged itself between Chen Liang's brows and blasted his head apart into pieces as his headless corpse slumped to the floor. Chen Liang's combat ability was truly shocking. However, his experiences with life and death were simply too little. The reason he could become a level 53 enhancer was attributed to the fact that he was lucky enough to kill 2 tired-out type 3 mutant beasts. Without the protection of the bronze spiritual bell, he was simply a tough opponent instead of an invincible one. At a nearby rooftop, with his bone-encompassing armor broken in many places and his body riddled in injuries, as well as a huge hole in his right abdomen, Yu Zhong looked on at the headless corpse, his right eye swollen shut, as he heaved a sigh of relief. That fearsome opponent had finally died. Chen Liang was lacking in management skills, and his lackeys were a bunch of mobs, running the moment they were defeated. However, if they were mobs, he was definitely the mob boss. His personal combat ability was the strongest out of the enemies Yu Zhong had faced so far. His level was even higher than Yu Zhong, possessing a level 5 treasure and possessed a level 2 skill. His abilities were truly not simple. However, in the end, he was still killed by Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hand and shot out a bone spike like a crutch as it supported him for walking towards Chen Liang's corpse. When he landed on the ground, the pain was so immense he immediately tumbled down to the ground and panted in ragged breaths. The injury from his right abdomen was causing him excruciating pain, such that his brows were furrowed, and he almost went mad with the pulsing waves of agony. Yu Zhong swiftly pulled out a life-saving grass and crudely applied it to the wound, and at the same time retrieved the blood essence of the recent type 2 giant crocodile and gobbled it up. The moment the blood essence entered Yu Zhong's stomach, it transformed into a hot wave of nourishment as it boosted his body. At the same time, the level 4 regeneration skill and his powerful vitality kicked in, allowing the huge wound to recover at a visible rate. Yu Zhong looked at his regenerating abdomen and thought to himself, "This kind of recovery is truly too scary. If it was before the apocalypse, I would definitely be treated as a freak." With the nourishment of the blood essence, Yu Zhong could slowly make his way to the corpse and started to loot the system equipment from Chen Liang. Level 5 treasure, bronze spiritual bell. As long as one has it, can gain +4 endurance and +4 spirit. It possesses the automatic ability, Halo Protection. Description: can release a green halo to protect the owner of the treasure. Maintains for about 60 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Level 3 treasure, Spirit Consolidating Ring. Upon equipping, Spirit +8. Level 3 treasure, Clear Spirit Ring. Upon equipping, Spirit +8. Level 3 treasure, Agility Ring. Upon equipping, Agility +6. Yu Zhong gained a variety of system equipment from the body of Chen Liang. There was even a level 2 defense armor. However, out of all those equipment, he only lacked the previous 4 treasures. He had the rest of the items already. Even still, all these equipment could raise his battle ability, and his subordinate teams stood to gain immensely. Chapter 357, Type 3 Mutant Beast Hide. Chapter 357, Type 3 Mutant Beast Hide. Book 3, The South. You have gained an enhancement of +8 in vitality. When the hot energy flow within Yu Zhong's body dispersed, the notification resounded in Yu Zhong's mind. Only +8 vitality? The Type 2 Mutant Beast Blood Essence is truly losing its effectiveness for me. Yu Zhong thought silently when he heard it. The Type 2 Mutant Giant Crocodile was obviously stronger than many other Type 2 mutant beasts. However, its blood essence had only allowed Yu Zhong to gain 8 points in vitality. It was clear that the constant dosage of blood essences was losing its effectiveness for Yu Zhong, and if he continued at his current rate of consumption, it was most likely that it would have no effect soon. "Are you all right, Yu Zhong?" Shu Qianya came to his side quickly, her face full of concern. "Of course I'm fine. Thanks for helping out this time." Yu Zhong smiled slightly and offered his thanks. Shu Qianya had helped to distract Chen Liang a number of times, and without her, it might have been much more difficult for Yu Zhong to kill Chen Liang. Shu Qianya responded with a coy smile. "Since you want to thank me, why not offer something more practical? Here for you." Yu Zhong threw a level 3 treasure fireball ring to her. He had killed countless enhancers and had looted plenty of system equipment. In fact, of this particular ring, he had 3 of them. These rings could be found by killing low-level bosses at the initial stages of the apocalypse. However, up till now, unless one managed to kill a Type 2 mutant beast or some fearsome high-level zombies, it was rare for it to drop. Even when using the system equipment to kill over 10,000 zombies, it was difficult to guarantee the drop of such a loot. "Many thanks." Shu Qianya received the ring and immediately wore it, whilst admiring it. The level 3 fireball ring allowed the user to gain 6 points in spirit, and even came with a fireball skill. In some situations, even a small fireball might make the difference between victory and defeat. To Shu Qianya, this was extremely suited to her tastes. Yu Zhong continued. On top of this, I'm giving you 20 AKs, 2,000 bullets, and 20 tons of rations. When she heard it, Shu Qianya immediately broke into a resplendent smile, her heart full of excitement and joy as she thanked Yu Zhong. Thank you. Firearms, ammunition, and rations were the most valuable resources of this post-apocalyptic world. Since Shu Qianya wanted to establish a faction of her own, she required such resources. When she heard Yu Zhong's promise, she was extremely gratified and felt excited about her future. Jiejia, come over here. This is for you. Yu Zhong bade Ming Jiejia to come over and handed a set of system equipment to her. A level 2 defense vest, strength gloves, fireball ring, ice ring, strength ring, green agility boots, and a strength belt. Yu Zhong handed these 7 items over to the little lowly. In this operation to kill Chen Liang, Ming Jiejia had contributed as well. Although the Shadow Wolf did not manage to kill him, it injured him greatly, which allowed Yu Zhong to finish him off. Shu Qianya saw the amount of equipment that Yu Zhong gave Ming Jiejia, and her eyes went wide. Good stuff. How come you didn't give them to me? Those 7 items were not ordinary, and when equipped, they could turn even a normal person into a fearsome combatant. If an enhancer with enough power were to equip them, they could increase their battle prowess beyond those of similar levels as well. Ming Jiejia equipped everything and could distinctly feel her body enhanced as she smiled brightly at Yu Zhong. Thank you, Master. Yu Zhong ruffled Ming Jiejia's hair and walked towards the distance. When Chen Liang was killed, there was no one else in the town that could possibly stand up to Yu Zhong, and accordingly, the remaining soldiers surrendered without much resistance. Yu Zhong thus easily subjugated the town. Leader, come take a look. We discovered something good. Wu Yin came to Yu Zhong and spoke with excitement. Yu Zhong saw how excited Wu Yin was and quickly followed him to a huge warehouse. Wu Yin had gotten some men to open up the warehouse to reveal the contents within. Yu Zhong peered into it, only to discover neat piles of black snakeskin hide. In fact, the snakeskin almost filled up the entire warehouse. Leader, look! Wu Yin excitedly pulled out a piece of the hide and, after setting it up, used a heavy machine gun to fire at it. That heavy machine gun that could pummel holes into an armored vehicle could not do a single thing to that black snakeskin hide, the bullets only ricocheting off, not leaving even a scratch. Wu Yin continued with fervor. This is definitely a Type 2 mutant beast hide. With this powerful Type 2 mutant beast hide, Yu Zhong could start the manufacturing of them into protection for an entire army. It's not just this warehouse. Look, there's one here as well. Wu Yin called for some men to open another warehouse. Within the second warehouse, there were piles of golden yellow scales that came from some unknown mutant beast. The beast must have been massive as well, because the amount of scales also filled up the entire warehouse. This is great. Yu Zhong looked at the 2 warehouses filled with mutant beast hide. His eyes also filled with excitement. If he were to convert the hides, as well as the hide from the Type 2 mutant crocodile, it was barely enough to equip a battalion of soldiers. A single battalion that was impervious to weapons and bullets was enough to conquer a province easily. In his excitement, Yu Zhong took a piece of the black snakeskin hide as he tried his black tooth blade on it, intending to test its durability. With a ding, the level 4 treasure black tooth blade did not even manage to leave a mark on the hide. Yu Zhong's heart skipped a beat as his eyes narrowed, and he expended his awesome strength while he slashed at the hide again. With that kind of strength, Yu Zhong could forcefully slice the scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. The fearsome blade slashed down on the hide, but it only caused another ding to reverb out. The recoil from the hit caused the black tooth blade to shudder uncontrollably, but the hide was not even damaged at all. This is the hide of a Type 3 mutant beast. Yu Zhong's face was full of shock, and he felt elated. Such a precious piece of hide, with an astonishing defense, had just fallen into his arms. It would enable him to train up a battalion that would be able to withstand the attacks from 3 or 4 elite battalions. Yu Zhong pondered a while before taking out his Crocodile 2 saw blade, and while using the saw-edge side, coupled with his strength, he tried to saw the skin. Under his maximum effort, he finally managed to split the snake's skin. He heaved a sigh of relief. If it hadn't worked, then even using chainsaws would not be effective. Yu Zhong waved his right hand, and a ball of devil flame appeared as it tried to burn the skin. Amidst the fiery heat, the skin was still intact, and not a trace of damage could be seen. Yu Zhong sighed, before expending 60 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina to condense the devil flame into a 2m long devil flame spear, which could easily pierce the scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. He then tried piercing the snake's skin ruthlessly. Under that fierce strike, the devil flame spear released an intense force at the tip, trying to burn through the skin. However, regardless of the degree of heat, all it did was cause a small hole in the hide. Yu Zhong looked at the minuscule hole and was speechless. The devil flame spear was the strongest attack that he could muster in his arsenal, yet it could only burn a small hole in this snake's skin. It could be seen that the defense of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly, supremely terrifying. This was the hide of a dead Type 3 mutant beast, after all. If it was still alive, Yu Zhong would find it next to impossible to even injure it. Seems like only when I've evolved the devil flame into its second stage, then I will be able to cause some actual damage to a Type 3 mutant beast. Otherwise, considering my skills now, even breaking their defense is going to be difficult, Yu Zhong silently assessed in his heart. As the humans were evolving, the mutant beasts and zombies were evolving as well. They were growing even faster than the humans, and this gave Yu Zhong pressure. If the humans didn't evolve fast enough, they would be wiped away in this new world. Zhang Mingyi was deployed to notify Wei Ningwa, who was stationed at Dongping village. On the second day, Wei Ningwa brought the 1,000-something people and entered Longtung town. Since breaking away on his own, this was the first time Yu Zhong had gained a moment of rest. After subjugating Longtung town, Yu Zhong gathered the inhabitants and assigned them to begin production on the mutant beast armor. They first made use of the Type 2 giant crocodile hide before the Type 3 ones. While the Type 3 mutant beast hides were indeed tough, the chainsaws could still cut them apart. With their usage, pieces were cut out and sewn together to create some armor. On the other side, Yu Zhong separated the Chinese survivors from Vietnam and the strong males from Longtung town into 2 camps, as he engaged in relentless training with them. The 2 battalions trained rigorously according to the training regime of the Special Combat Forces. They pushed past their limits every day, and if it wasn't for the meat of the Type 2 beast, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. As for Ming Jejia, Wu Yin, Wei Ningwa, Zhang Mingyi, and a few other enhancers, they were also tasked by Yu Zhong to train with the Special Combat Forces. Although they had decent body constitutions, they had not gone through proper training and could not exhibit their full potential. Chapter 358 Individual Ideals Zhang Zi's Decision Chapter 358 XCX Vititious Koan Book 3 The South Chapter 358 Individual Ideals Zhang Zi's Decision Congratulations on gaining 1 point in spirit. Yu Zhong opened his eyes as the sweet sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. After conquering Longtung town, Yu Zhong had a chance for a true breather, and he ingested the pearl fruit under the protection of white bones. Yu Zhong gobbled 5 of them in 1 shot, and his spirit gained 20 points of enhancement. Is this the limit? Yu Zhong proceeded to pop in 1 more fruit, and he swallowed it. Yet he found that while there was a cool stream of energy within his body, it could not help enhance his stats anymore. Get Chen Jingguang in to see me, Yu Zhong told Ming Jejia. Ming Jejia nodded and dismissed herself, saying, "Yes, master." Not long after, Chen Jingwang was brought by Ming Jia. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Jingwang with a piercing gaze. Chen Jingwang, a month has passed. What is your decision? Are you all staying or leaving? If you choose to leave, on account that you guys have helped to train my men, I can let you guys have 5 days worth of rations each, as well as 5 Type 81 rifles and 100 bullets. Currently, it has been a month since Yu Zhong had conquered Long Tung Town, and in this month he had used a harsh training regime to train up his 2 battalions. Those 2 battalions were made up of the survivors who had suffered greatly and could tolerate the harsh training. At the same time, Yu Zhong fed them with the Type 2 mutant beast meat to help them recover their vigor and boost their constitutions. Under that intense training, the 2 battalions were starting to show signs of a proper army. At the same time, while they were still far from an actual military, they could match against an army which had been training for a year. These 2 battalions had trained hard, but they still lacked the battle experience. As long as they were forged through the flames of war, they would become an elite troop. Since his troops were trained, Yu Zhong's mood was good as well, and naturally was willing to let those previous troops leave. A forcefully picked melon was not sweet, and if Yu Zhong kept them against their will, it would only breed contempt and dissatisfaction. And in time, if they were to backstab him internally, it would be a problem. It had been the case with the Freemasons previously. Chen Jingwang responded with a straight look at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, I want to ask you, what's the deal with the slaves? Amongst Yu Zhong's troops, there were the Scum Battalion and Women Battalion, which didn't exist prior to the apocalypse. Other than those, there were even slaves. Many of these slaves were the family members of those Vietnamese who had engaged in a crazy slaughter of the Chinese. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Jingwang and responded, They are the family members of the traitors and Vietnamese who slaughtered the Chinese. You should be clear on this. Chen Jingwang stared at Yu Zhong and asked in a righteous tone, Those traitors and Vietnamese that engaged in slaughter were guilty beyond doubt. You can kill them or send them to the Scum Battalion. I have no issues with that. However, their family members are innocent. Aren't your measures too much? Chen Jingwang had always been an upright soldier. Even though Yu Zhong was the ruler of the town now and could easily order his death, he did not hesitate to berate Yu Zhong according to his principles. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Jingwang coldly and unmoving. Innocent? When those traitors wanted to betray, why didn't their families advise against it? When those Vietnamese wanted to engage in slaughter, why didn't their families discourage them? If they were to succeed in a revolt, everything of mine would fall into their hands, and their family members would get to enjoy their success as well. As for those Vietnamese, didn't the families enjoy whatever they stole from us Chinese? Yu Zhong eyed Chen Jingwang and continued indifferently. If you're that righteous, go bring your brothers and take a tour around Vietnam. There are countless numbers of Chinese awaiting your saving. If these soldiers could integrate into his troops, it would be the best-case scenario. However, as they had helped train up a new batch of soldiers, even if they wanted to leave, Yu Zhong would not force them to stay. Chen Jingwang was also a quick-tempered man. Without saying any more, he turned around and said, Fine, I'll bring my men away. Yu Zhong watched Chen Jingwang's retreating figure and sighed as he shook his head lightly. He truly was a righteous and moral man. However, it was not the right era for his ideals, and furthermore, it was in conflict with Yu Zhong. Ming Jia, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, flashed a cold glare as she asked, Shall I take care of him? With Ming Jijia's current power, as long as she summoned her shadow wolf out, she could easily kill a normal person like Chen Jingwang silently. Yu Zhong lightly sighed, No, it's not necessary. As long as he isn't an enemy, we don't have to silence him. Such a righteous man, the more such characters exist, the better it is for the world. It's just that he has differing views from us. Yu Zhong was someone who did not mind any means to achieve his goals, and lived by an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, he didn't dislike those with righteousness nor morals, as long as they did not hinder his goals, of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat them any better than others. Ming Jia looked at Yu Zhong with a somewhat understanding expression, as she pouted and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong, and started massaging his legs carefully. When Chen Jingguang reached his camp, he immediately gathered the rest and said, "Let's leave." Upon hearing Chen Jingguang's words, the entire group of military personnel went into uproar as a whole load of chattering and voices resounded. One of the platoon commanders, Zhang, looked at Chen Jingguang and questioned, "Old Chen, what happened? Did you Zhang chase us out?" Chen Jingguang replied extremely honestly, "No, he didn't. He asked me over today, and it was to ask if we wanted to stay or leave. The moment we stay, we will have to listen and obey his orders and become his troops. If we want to leave, he would not stop us, and he would give each and every one of us 5 days' worth of rations, 5 Type 81 rifles, and 100 bullets." One of the soldiers immediately quipped, "Commander, then why are we leaving? Yu Zhong is not like Chen Liang, that bastard, and he has not mistreated the people of Long Tong Town. Here, as long as people are willing to work, they get a decent meal. We ourselves get to eat our fill, and there's even meat and vegetables. If we have to leave, where will we go?" Yeah, some of the other soldiers also called out disgruntledly. Under Yu Zhong's command, while training was in fact tougher than before, they got their fair share of meat and rations, of which the meat was even from a Type 2 mutant beast, which nourished their bodies. They had an incomparable physique now, and many were unwilling to leave. Chen Jingguang's face turned ugly as he hollered, "What's the noise for? Just a little bit of meat and rations can buy you guys over? You must remember, you are soldiers of this country. Did you not see those slaves?" He actually reintroduced the slave system, which is immoral. He would be tarnished in history as a warmonger. And are you guys going to join him as a fence? When Chen Jingguang lost his temper, all the soldiers quietened down. Chen Jingguang was an upright and moral man, and had decent standing amongst his fellow men here. Zhang kept silent for a while, before lifting his head and said, "Old Chen, if you want to leave, then leave by yourself. I will not leave. I want to stay here. The purpose of the army is to protect the citizens. As the citizens are here, the army should be here. I want to stay on to protect the people of Long Tong Town. As long as Yu Zhong does not harm the interests of the inhabitants of Long Tong Town, I will listen to his commands." Chen Jingguang stared at Zhang for quite a while, before sighing and said, "Fine. Those who wants to leave with me come. Those who would like to stay go over to Commander Zhang's side." Many of the soldiers hesitated and contemplated for a long while, before finally coming to a decision. A good number of them went over to Zhang's side, while only 6 started towards Chen Jingguang. In the middle of their walk, 2 of them faltered and came over to Zhang's side. In this new world, there were still countless ordinary people, and these soldiers also wanted to live ordinary and peaceful days. Compared to going with Chen Jingguang on an unknown journey to an unknown destination, many of them would rather stay here. After all, Yu Zhong was Chinese, and these soldiers had no issues working for him. Chen Jingguang swept his gaze around the camp and let out a slow sigh as he brought the 4 soldiers and left without turning back. Zhang looked at the back of Chen Jingguang silently and executed a military salute. Not long after Chen Jingguang left, Yu Zhong walked into the camp with big strides and gazed at the 100-odd soldiers still standing there as he chuckled and said, "So you guys have decided to stay?" Zhang looked at Yu Zhong. His eyes flashed with a resolute gaze as he said, "Yes, leader, we're willing to work hard for you. We're willing to work hard for leader." In the camp, their uniformed voices rang loud and clear. Those who had decided to stay had steeled their hearts in preparation to serve Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong smiled at Zhang. "Good. Zhang, from now on, you're the vice commander of my 1st battalion. Work hard." Zhang's heart leapt with joy. Yes, leader. Yu Zhong had established 2 battalions of soldiers, one of which labeled as the 1st battalion, directly under his control. All sorts of equipment, manpower, and resources would be prioritized on the 1st battalion as well. The commander of the 1st battalion was currently Wei Mingyang, and although he was a poor commander, he had followed Yu Zhong the earliest and was loyal to a fault other than his combat prowess. Everything was basically a mess. However, he listened to everybody, and that was a superb quality. With such a person as the commander, the vice commander would be the person truly calling the shots. Hence Zhang was extremely happy. He had risen to become an official and fulfilled his dream that was impossible before the apocalypse. Chapter 359, Assault on Jingxi Province. Chapter 359, Assault on Jingxi Province. Book 3, The South. The departure of Chen Jingwang did not cause any particular waves in Longtung Town. Yu Zhong also dispatched those soldiers from the border security forces to become the core group of the two battalions, enhancing the combat ability of both battalions. After reorganizing these, Yu Zhong then arranged for Wei Ningwa and Wu Yin to lead the two battalions separately and bash the zombies gathered around the vicinity of Jingxi Province. Ming Jiejia, Zheng Mingyi, and a few other enhancers also joined in the operations, putting an effort to wipe out the zombies in the nearby villages and rescuing any survivors that were hiding within. They even managed to obtain a huge amount of resources and gathered them in Longtung Town. At the same time, Yu Zhong commanded Lightning and its little brothers to clean up the other villages that were not under the jurisdiction of the two battalions. The scattered zombies posed little threat to Yu Zhong, but if they were to gather into a horde, it would become a problem. Yu Zhong himself was sitting within Longtung Town and maintaining order and security within the newly established police force. With his presence, even an entire company of proper troops would find it tough to attack Longtung Town. The two battalions initially set out to attack in turns, as they swapped each other during their assaults on the neighboring towns. After a few days and the increase in experience, they split up and changed to the tactic of using companies to take turns attacking. The effectiveness and speed at which they were clearing the towns hence sped up. In the process of cleansing the towns of zombies, there were countless Teng replica swords dropping from the zombies. Adding on to the initial amount of 20 Teng replica swords from Longtung Town, it allowed for a small group of enhancers to be trained up, and they were even expanding. Under that kind of intense battle training, the scums within the scum battalion were whittled away, some dying from their injuries. Even the elite soldiers from the two battalions suffered some losses during the cleansing, with a death count of 17 soldiers. However, in that 20 days of constant recovering of towns, Yu Zhong had rescued a total of 90 or more survivors, which bolstered his strength, and the total number of people under him grew to a staggering 5,000-plus figure. Leader, that is Jingxi Province. Inside a jeep, Zhang pointed at the province at a distance to Yu Zhong. Around the jeep, there were soldiers all around, dressed in blue military uniforms and carrying guns on their backs. After 20 days of constant fighting, they were starting to be transformed by the battles and were showing fierce auras and the bearings of an elite troop. After the 20 days of forging his troops, he then gathered them all and decided to conduct an all-out assault on Jingxi Province. Within it, there were huge amounts of rations, resources, and firearms. After obtaining this province, they could gain another stronghold and obtain some precious resources. The day has turned cold. Yu Zhong eyed Jingxi Province as he reached his hand out of the window and could feel the air turning cold. Zhang sighed as well. Yeah, seems like this year's winter is about to arrive early, and the temperature seems to be lower. Having stood guard at the border for over 3 years, Zhang was clear that the winter was indeed coming early, and the coldness seemed to be harsher. In the previous years, the temperature was still about 20 degrees Celsius around this period, but this year it had already dropped to 13, 14 degrees Celsius. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with trepidation. There were countless mutant beasts and zombies in this new world, and if this winter was to become colder, a lot of survivors would definitely suffer. Other than that, the harsh cold might bring about other unforeseen changes. To Yu Zhong, it was still unclear if it was a blessing or curse. Yu Zhong's eyes then turned resolute as he abandoned all random thoughts and stared fixedly at Jingxi Province. Fuck it. I can only take one step at a time. I must definitely conquer this Jingxi province. Yu Zhong had immediately set up camp and ordered fortifications to be carried out the moment they reached near Jingxi province. Earlier, he had sent Wu Yin out to conduct reconnaissance and discovered that there should be a Z-type within the province. The fact that there were almost a few tens of thousands of zombies within it points to that conclusion. Let's move. Follow me. Yu Zhong called out to a platoon of soldiers behind him decked in Type 2 mutant crocodile hide and wielding Teng replica swords. Yes, leader. The platoon saw Yu Zhong leading them personally on the front lines, and their hearts were filled with confidence and passion as they replied loudly. Yu Zhong brought Mingyang with him, as well as the platoon, as they made their way towards Jingxi province. The moment they entered, White Bones charged forwards and swung its axe towards the zombies near the entrance, cutting them down like a tornado. Mingyang had summoned out 5 shadow wolves, and they weaved in and out amongst the zombies, killing the zombies with a single bite to the neck. Mingyang had also experienced constant battling this past 20 days and had grown to reach level 20. Her summoned shadow wolves ability had also been enhanced twice. The wolves were now more ferocious, and the number she could keep summoned at once had increased. The platoon was split into 4-man teams, covering one another as they waved their Teng replica swords to and fro, slaughtering the zombies. Yu Zhong held his 2M long dark tooth blade and casually swung his weapon in a sweeping arc, instantly slicing through a few S2S, L2S, and several unlucky normal zombies along with them. The zombies within the province town suddenly faced such an intense assault, and soon, more than a few hundred of the zombies had been wiped out, leaving behind only a few hundred survivor coins and 3 white treasure boxes. Yu Zhong opened up the 3 boxes and gained only an ordinary Teng replica sword. When those hundreds of zombies were slaughtered, it alarmed the Z-type hiding within the other zombies. Under its frantic control, the tens of thousands of zombies lumbering around started to gather as they made their way towards Yu Zhong's troops like waters of a flood. Yu Zhong led the platoon of soldiers to slaughter the zombies coming from all sides continuously. Any zombies that neared him would immediately be sliced in two. Countless zombies were sliced apart. He was like a huge boulder that fell into the midst of the flow of zombies, easily breaking them apart. The moment the zombies gathered, the soldiers with the Type 2 mutant crocodile hide started to feel increasingly tired, and they gathered near Yu Zhong, defending his sides, leaving him to deal with enemies from the front. More zombies were starting to launch their attacks, but the moment they came within distance of Yu Zhong's reach, they would be sliced apart, as their bones and meat fell onto the floor randomly, like splattered tofu. The number of zombies was simply too much, and regardless of how fearsome Yu Zhong's combat ability was, under the pressure of the zombies, they had to retreat. If he forcefully remained where he was, they might be buried under the constant surge of zombies. With Yu Zhong covering them, the platoon of soldiers also retreated. It was here that the results of their constant training and battle experience showed their worth. If it were normal soldiers, facing the impending assault from the zombies, they might have lost their morale and collapsed. But for this group, they stuck close to Yu Zhong and exhibited a united and strong front. Yu Zhong's retreat wasn't too slow, and the slow zombies basically could not catch up. However, all of a sudden, the horde split apart, and a few green shadows charged out from within, launching an assault on the small team. These green shadows were S2S, and in a few moments, over 200 S2S charged out from within the horde as they lunged towards Yu Zhong. Follow closely. Swap to your guns. Yu Zhong eyed the S2S and issued an order. The force of 200 S2S was no joke. The strongest enhancer within the platoon now was only a level 13. Facing these S2S bordering on level 30, they would only be defeated. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the 30 enhancers took out their AKs and started firing wildly at the incoming S2S. White Bones shot out 5 bone blades as it twirled around, slicing off the heads of 5 S2S easily. Yu Zhong pulled out a .03 rifle, and as he retreated, he fired the gun rapidly. His mental acuity, vision, reasoning, and reflexes were all far greater than the majority of normal humans, allowing an uninterrupted stream of headshots. As Yu Zhong's gun vibrated non-stop, the S2S would find their heads blasted apart and their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. In just a second or two, he had killed 5 S2S. The speed of the S2S looked to be like specters to normal humans, but to Yu Zhong, with his own insane agility, he could grasp their movements easily and take them down. This was the benefit of having a high agility. If one's agility was lesser than an S2, then it would be almost too hard to track their movements. Leader is amazing. The platoon watched Yu Zhong take out 5 S2S in a second, and they all sucked in a cold breath, their hearts filled with awe and respect. Their accuracy was low and hit air a few times, so although they did manage to hit a few of the S2S, it wasn't enough to cause any life-threatening damages. Mingyang had also controlled her shadow wolves to leap out from the shadows and lunge at the S2S, biting off their necks. After enhancing twice, in addition to Mingyang's high spirit, the shadow wolves were enough to take on the S2S. However, as the number of S2S was simply too many, after the 5 shadow wolves killed 5 S2S, they were immediately broken apart by the surrounding S2S, as they turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared. Mingyang gained 3 levels from killing the 5 S2S. With an agility 11 times that of normal humans, Yu Zhong was simply too overbearing. Not only were his shots accurate, he could fire 5 shots every second. On the other end, White Bones was tearing its way amongst the zombie horde, its 5 bone blades slashing about violently, chopping up numerous S2S. With the combination of these two, the 200 S2S were annihilated even before they got close to the troops. Chapter 360, Conquering Jingxi Province. Chapter 360, Conquering Jingxi Province. Book 3, The South. After taking care of the 200-some S2S, Yu Zhong and White Bones led the platoon back to the campsite without any troubles, and in all they had suffered virtually no losses. 3 cheers for the leader. Long live leader! Long live leader! Long live leader! When Yu Zhong led his men back to the site, joyful cheers and celebrations resounded as the morale of the soldiers reached an all-time high. Their leader was fearless, and this naturally gave rise to a sense of strength. When the soldiers reached the camp, they immediately handed their Teng replica swords over to another platoon full of soldiers donning the Type 3 snakeskin and changed their rifles. As enhancers, Yu Zhong had stressed the importance of training both close-quarter combat as well as range tactics, and while their firearm control could not compare to Yu Zhong, who had been forged through countless battles, their own abilities were rising rapidly. Seeing the slowly nearing horde, all the soldiers felt their blood stir, none of them feeling a tinge of fear. The display by Yu Zhong had thoroughly filled these soldiers with a sense of battle lust. When Yu Zhong reached the campsite, he took up a .03 rifle and started to fire at the lumbering zombies. Each time he rapidly moved his hands, 5 shots would be fired, and 5 zombies would be pierced through their heads, slumping to the ground. Not a single shot was wasted. On the other side, Wu Yin eyed Yu Zhong and followed suit, taking up a .03 rifle and aimed at 3 zombies before firing at each. After 3 gunshots rang out, only one had its head blasted by the shot, while the other 2 suffered hits to their bodies and even fell to the ground. They did not die. Truly difficult. As expected, only leader can carry it out. After this, Wu Yin discovered that executing 5 headshots consecutively in 3 seconds was tougher than he imagined. His heart was filled with respect for Yu Zhong. Even though he had evolved into an agility-based evolver, he still felt the immeasurable gap between him and Yu Zhong. Within the campsite, gunshots started to resound, and the gunmen of the troops were engaging the zombies. Although Yu Zhong had obtained 3 battalions worth of firepower, the amount of ammunition they had to spare was still tight. Hence, in every battle, he would try to get his troops to engage in close-quarter combat as much as possible. On one hand, it could help enhance their strength. On the other, it helped save bullets. Under that relentless assault, numerous zombies were taken out, and the ground was soon littered with corpses. However, Zhang and the sharpshooters could do nothing to impede the advance of the horde. They could only slow down the movement of the zombies. The moment the horde moved, they would become an unstoppable force of death. This was their scariest point. Regardless of any injuries, they would not be afraid or daunted, and in this aspect, they were undoubtedly better than humans. With the onslaught of the huge horde, the soldiers started to feel nervous. Although they had killed a large number of them, facing this sea of never-ending zombies, they would still feel anxious and fearful. However, Zhang was still at the forefront, fighting off the zombies like an undefeatable war god, resolutely hunting the zombies. Seeing that, the troops felt their morale bolstered once again. As Zhang stood there by himself, he was like an immovable mountain while firing at the zombies nonstop. Every shot fired would find its mark in a zombie's head. Every second, there would be a zombie slumping to the ground before being ground to paste by the relentless zombies behind. Such a strong person quickly attracted the attention of the Z-type behind. The horde of zombies suddenly made a movement as they split apart, and from afar, there were 30 hours 1 second that could be seen. A huge sense of crisis welled up in Zhang's heart, as the 30 hours 1 second had the means to threaten him. His eyes flashed coldly and raised his hands at the H1S before a huge tornado of devil flame erupted and was sent howling towards the zombie horde, blowing towards a group of H1S. Under that fiery tornado, all the H1S and ordinary zombies were sucked into it and incinerated almost instantly. In that one move, Zhang had annihilated 200 over zombies, leaving only a charred black trail of destruction. That single move was incredibly powerful, but had expended 50 points of his spirit and 10 points of stamina. Based on his constitution, he could at most cast it another 3 times. Victory! Victory! When those soldiers saw Zhang wiping out almost 300 zombies in one move, they were incredibly excited and shouted in delight, and their morale reached a peak. With such a strong person as their leader, they were confident in dealing with any enemy. Zhang immediately switched to his 0.3 rifle after using that move and returned to picking off the ordinary zombies through headshots. If it wasn't for the fact he needed to deal with the 30 hours 1 second urgently, he wouldn't have used such a taxing move. The stronger the move, the higher the expenditure, and with his stats, using a gun to kill 200 zombies would at most expend 10 spirit and 5 stamina points. If he slowed down his rate of shooting, he would kill even more zombies over a longer period of time and expended less energy. The 300 that were exterminated were just part of a drizzle of the downpour that was the horde. The backup pretty soon filled in the ranks, and once again, resumed their advance towards Zhang. This was the strong point of the horde, and regardless of the strength of any individual enhancer, as long as they were alone, facing a horde would mean certain death. It was only a matter of time. Open fire. Zhang looked at the nearing horde and ordered loudly. In that instant, the sharpshooters at the front line of defense immediately started firing wildly at the incoming zombies. Under that hail of golden rain, a large number of zombies were instantly felled, like the wheat crops when farmed with a sickle. However, as those zombies felled, there would be many who crawled up again. The fortunate thing was that the rain of bullets was powerful enough to stop them for a while, and the huge horde could not proceed for that instant, as though they were stuck in a lock. Disperse! After firing in a frenzy for a minute, Zhang issued the next command. The ammunition he had left was not enough, and could not support the battle. Upon receiving Zhang's order, the soldiers started to climb up from their defense line and retreated as they carried their ammunition. Zhang had ordered the construction of 5 defense lines. Losing one wasn't anything much. Losing the suppression of the bullets, countless zombies started to crawl up, as their rotting and stinking bodies reached for Yu Zhong. Charge! Yu Zhong ordered the platoon of soldiers wielding Teng replica swords as he led the assault on the zombie horde. While the zombies could still get up after that hail of metal, their formation was scattered, and clearly they were at their weakest. Kill! The platoon of soldiers howled out in fury and followed Yu Zhong closely as they slaughtered their way out, slicing numerous zombies all around them. Those zombies that had barely gotten up could not resist the relentless assault from these soldiers, and were mostly chopped in two. Yu Zhong led the platoon of soldiers and killed over 600 zombies before gathering again and preparing to retreat towards the back. The horde continued to surge towards Yu Zhong. In that intense and grueling battle, Yu Zhong had abandoned 3 defense posts, and the zombies that had died under him and his troops have exceeded 6,000, but the horde still had over 24,000 zombies, looking as tightly packed as ever. After they retreated to the 5th defense post, Wei Ningwa came to Yu Zhong's side and handed him a remote control. "Leader, it's done." Yu Zhong received it and immediately pressed it. Honk! Honk! In an instant, the surrounding areas of the 4 defense posts exploded out in a deafening roar and ignited the fuel and combustible items laid around. They were instantly enveloped in a fiery blaze. In that huge firestorm, a large part of the horde was instantly incinerated. The horde also seemed to have some strange movement as the zombies started to move towards the 2nd defense post. The zombies at the 2nd defense post seemed to be making their way out of the fiery trap. Alas, they were surrounded by fire everywhere. Regardless of which direction they tried to escape to, they would be swallowed by the flames. The pungent smell from the burning wafted in all directions. After burning for a while, the large horde suddenly collapsed, and the evolved types escaped in all directions. The rest of the ordinary zombies just stood blankly within the sea of fire, being burnt. These normal zombies would not have any reaction to being burned alive, as opposed to the evolved types with increased intelligence, and they naturally would not stay inside. The Z-type inside is finally dead. Yu Zhong looked towards the sea of fire at a distance and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Z-type was killed, then there would be nothing to fear about the tens of thousands of zombies. Yu Zhong could simply burn them all in one move. The evolved types could not break through the fiery traps regardless of their struggle, and in the end they were all burnt as well. Even the L2S that could withstand bullets were turned into ash. Before they could escape out of the fire, their brains had been fried. The huge sea of flames burned for half a day before finally dying out. Throughout the 4 defense posts, there were many burnt corpses stretching for miles. Enter the town. Yu Zhong looked at Jingxi province and commanded. Enter the town, Zhang called out excitedly. He had not expected that the province that was swarmed with zombies had been taken down so easily, without a single death on their side. Victory! Victory! The soldiers who had been through such a long, intense battle cheered out loudly and started marching towards Jingxi province. They had conquered an entire city. This was extremely exhilarating. Chapter 361, 12 Tanks. Chapter 361, 12 Tanks. Book 3, The South. The moment the troops entered the city, they began to search for survivors and meticulously combed and cleared the remaining zombies within the city. While the majority of the zombies might have been summoned away from the city by the Z-type earlier, there could be some who were stuck within the confines of their homes, unable to leave even if they wanted to. These were the targets of the soldiers. Yu Zhong walked within the province city in huge strides, with White Bones and Ming Jiejia following him. He was the strongest person within the troops and was equivalent to an entire company of elite soldiers, hence he didn't need any protection. Unless there were a few experts from the Wolfang Battalion, or some people from the Jingxi province city that might be lying in ambush, killing Yu Zhong was going to be extremely tough in any sense of the idea. He was not some enhancer that had just recently gotten strength after all. He had already grown to be a terrifying existence. Zhang came running to Yu Zhong's side in excitement and spoke out. "Leader, I've remembered something. There's an army camp here in the city, and there was a border regiment stationed here." When Yu Zhong heard that, he also grew excited. "What? Border regiment? That's great." Yu Zhong had expended a few tons of fuel in this battle, as well as ammunition and firearms. If he could obtain the equipment and resources of this border regiment, then he would replenish his stock and further increase the strength of his troops. A military jeep then came to a stop beside Yu Zhong, as they all boarded, and Zhang led them towards the direction of the camp. Zhang had an apologetic face. "Leader, I apologize for my memory and did not remember the place soon. Do forgive me." Zhang was after all a platoon commander and was considered an army official. Most border troops would be stationed at their own posts and seldom rotate about. Zhang had come to the province city before for a meeting, but due to his nature, he had almost forgotten about it until after Yu Zhong had conquered the province. Yu Zhong chuckled as he reassured him, "No problem. It's great that you remembered." Once he obtained those equipment, Yu Zhong intended to expand his army. Out of the 5,000 survivors under him, the army consisted of 1,000 of those people. If it were before the apocalypse, with such a huge force, governments would be strapped for cash. However, this was the post-apocalyptic world. There were resources everywhere. As long as one could conquer a city, they could gain a lot of rewards. Furthermore, now that food could not be grown or farmed, only by constantly raiding other cities could a power maintain its strength and existence. Otherwise, rations would run out. As they traveled, Zhang brought a platoon of soldiers together with Yu Zhong as they stopped before a military camp on the outskirts of the city. Yu Zhong walked directly towards the camp in huge strides. The border military would at most have 1,000 men, and based on Yu Zhong's current strength, killing 1,000 zombies was not a problem. Yu Zhong walked into the camp and immediately discovered a few zombies decked in military uniform lumbering around. When they heard the sounds of Yu Zhong's footsteps and smelled his scent, they lunged towards him in a frenzy. "Take care of them." Yu Zhong eyed the zombies coolly and ordered. The platoon of soldiers stepped out, wielding their Teng replica swords, and under the lead of White Bones, they charged towards the group of zombies. They sliced through the zombies as easily as cutting cake, slaughtering them. Another 2 platoons took up their arms and started firing at another bunch of zombies in the distance. This was a good chance to train their marksmanship skills. Mingyang also summoned out her shadow wolves, which pounced over and out of the zombies, biting their heads off. All of a sudden, from amidst the group of zombies, 10s2s jumped out like specters and immediately lunged for the platoon of soldiers with the Teng replica swords. Yu Zhong had been sitting and observing the surroundings, so the moment those S2s appeared, he immediately waved his hands and conjured 10 devil flame balls immediately, which exploded on the heads of the S2s, incinerating them. The L2 had also just made their appearance when they were immediately wiped out by Yu Zhong. There were no Z-type inside the group, hence they could not coordinate, and instead, acting on instinct and was easily slaughtered by the humans who had higher intellect. After wiping out the zombie group, Yu Zhong casually opened up 4 treasure boxes and received 2 Teng replica blades. He threw them to Mingyang as he ventured deeper into the camp. There seems to be living people here." Yu Zhong walked for a while before he frowned and looked at the ground. He discovered that the ground was littered with a few zombie corpses, leading towards a storehouse in the distance. It was obvious that when the apocalypse happened, there was someone who managed to sneak in. Yu Zhong came to the front of the warehouse and ordered White Bones, "Slice it open." White Bones waved its huge axe and swung it viciously on the door of the storehouse. With a huge, grating sound of metal on metal following that vicious strike, an enormous hole was carved out in that door. In just a few swings, the metal door of the storehouse was chopped apart by White Bones. "Don't move, otherwise I'll open fire." Right as White Bones pushed the door inwards, There was a weak voice that traveled out from within the storehouse. Yu Zhong frowned slightly and ordered White Bones, "Go disarm those inside. Take care not to injure them." White Bones' fiery demonic eyes flashed in response as it swiftly charged into the storehouse. A few bellows of rage resounded from within the storehouse, followed by a few gunshots, after which silence ensued. Only then did Yu Zhong bring Ming Jia into the storehouse. Inside the storehouse, there were 12 men decked in military uniform, their faces unkempt and bodies emitting a foul, sour stench as they stared at Yu Zhong and Ming Jia warily. There were piles of canned meat and biscuits, as well as plain water at one corner of the storehouse. It was obvious that this group of soldiers had managed to survive with those rations. One of the soldiers with the bearing of an officer eyed Yu Zhong and asked slowly, "Who are you?" "My name's Yu Zhong. I'm the one saving you." "Who are you guys?" Yu Zhong replied. The officer pondered silently for a while, before becoming slightly red-eyed as he said, "I'm Kong Ziming, the officer commander of the Armored Company XX Regiment of the Border Guards. These are my men. What's going on out there? What has happened?" Kong Ziming had initially witnessed his comrades turning into abominations and biting one another, causing many of his friends and coworkers to be bitten till they lacked any resemblance of a human. Even then, those dead friends suddenly arose from the dead, and it seemed something out of a horror movie. If it wasn't for his quick thinking and bringing some men he could save into the storehouse, they would have died in the initial onset of the apocalypse. Yu Zhong sighed and shook his head. "I'm unsure. However, since you have survived, you must have heard that voice as well. This must be the mischief of a god." Kong Ziming gaped. Is there really a god? Many people in the current society were considered atheists, but with such a huge shift in the world and its laws, everyone was clear that there was definitely a higher power. Yu Zhong did not concern himself too much with that line of thought. Instead, he directly asked, "Kong Ziming, I have saved you guys. What are your plans from now on? Are you to join me, or will you leave?" The problem of a divine being was too far for Yu Zhong to take into considerations. Instead, he was pragmatic and considered the current issue. When Kong Ziming heard that, he regained his senses and directly responded with his own question. "Did you kill those zombies here?" Yu Zhong replied with a direct statement. They were killed by me." "All right, Yinjing has been overrun. The military and central government do not exist anymore. It's up to ourselves." If the central government and military were still around, many military personnel would definitely heed the call of the government. Wanting to integrate them into one's own power would be tough. Kong Ziming was bewildered. Yinjing's overrun. Without the directions and orders of the military or central government, it was natural for Kong Ziming to feel lost. Kong Ziming thought for a while before saying, "I would like to take a look before making a decision. Is that okay?" Kong Ziming was not sure what the outside world had become. He was unwilling to bring his subordinates to serve an unknown guy like Yu Zhong without fully understanding what he was like. Yu Zhong replied light-heartedly, "Of course. However, you guys will still have to help me train up a platoon of tank operators. As long as you guys do that, you're free to leave whenever you want." Yu Zhong valued the technical expertise and experience of these seasoned soldiers. As long as they could train up a platoon of tank drivers, even if they left, he wouldn't mind. Kong Ziming heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Sure." Zhang had just rushed over and called out excitedly to Yu Zhong, Leader, this time we've struck gold. There are tanks, 12 tanks. With these, we can establish our own tank platoon." Tanks were considered the kings of the battlefield, after all. With 12 tanks, if they could be driven, then they could drive and crush their way through a zombie horde. They were simply killing machines. Zhang was naturally exhilarated. If the 1st Battalion could have an armored company, then its prowess would naturally be above the 2nd Battalion. Kong Mingzi looked at the blubbering Zhang as he hesitated and quipped, "You're Zhang?" Zhang faltered, taking a look at Kong Mingzi and asked, "Who are you?" "Kong Mingzi." Kong Mingzi responded. Zhang was shocked. "Commander Kong." Chapter 362, Raid. Chapter 362, Raid. Book 3, The South. Kong Mingzi and Zhang were old comrades that had not met and talked for some time. Hence they naturally burst into an exchange. Yu Zhong did not disrupt them and left quietly, walking outside. Yu Zhong had just exited the storehouse when he discovered intense gunshots from afar. His face fell, and he instantly rushed towards the direction of the commotion. At the entrance of the camp, there was a gunfight happening as a group of militants dressed in an assortment of motley clothing were currently attacking the camp in a frenzy. The militants, however, did not make any move to charge into the camp, instead opting to hide behind cover whilst firing at the soldiers within the camp. Countless bullets flew, yet the casualties on both sides were minimal. People inside, listen up. We are from the government of Tianjin province. The weapons and equipment inside are properties of the country. Other than the government, no one else can use it. Quickly surrender, and we can close an eye to all past transgressions. Yu Zhong had arrived at the entrance by then and heard the mind games from the militants. When the soldiers heard the cries of those militants, they started to hesitate. If it were zombies or the Vietnamese, they would not hesitate to take them out. However, if they were to act against government officials, they could not bring themselves to do it. After all, they were working for the government prior. However, the majority of the soldiers were survivors that Yu Zhong had rescued in Vietnam, and they only acknowledged Yu Zhong and no one else. None of them had any reservations about firing at these militants. Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold, and he called out loudly, "I'm Yu Zhong. I order you to immediately put down your weapons and kneel to receive your punishments. Otherwise, I'll spare no one." The loud one amongst the militants immediately responded, "Yu Zhong, is it? The weapons inside belong to the country. As long as you hand them over to the government, we will compensate you with resources and medals. If you want to continue resisting, then it's tantamount to going against the country, the government, and the people. You'll be labeled as traitors. You'll receive the admonishments of the people." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and ordered White Bones, "Kill them." In this kind of situation, regardless if those militants were really from the government, Yu Zhong could not care less. As long as they were attacking him, they were enemies. Upon receiving the command, White Bones' demonic fiery eyes flashed, and in a single leap, it charged out towards the exterior like a bolt of lightning. Mingyang, standing by Yu Zhong's side, also summoned her shadow wolf, as it melded into the shadows of White Bones, following its charge out. When White Bones emerged from the camp, those militants turned their fire towards it, and the bullets only served to ricochet off its armor, not impeding its charge in the slightest manner. White Bones possessed a speed that was 5 times that of a normal person, and in launching itself, it managed to charge through a point of cover and chop down viciously. In that swing of its axe, a man immediately lost his head as fresh blood splattered onto White Bones' body. After killing one of the militant men in a single swing, for sharp bone spikes emerged from White Bones' shoulder. Suddenly, they shot towards 4 other vantage points and pierced through 4 of the militants, before pulling them towards it in a single file of struggling bodies. White Bones then swung its axe and immediately sliced them in 2, causing fresh blood to flow out from their bottomless bodies. It was truly a terrifying scene. The 4 militants did not die at the first instant. Instead, they rolled around screaming and moaning in agony. It had thoroughly shaken the morale of the other militants. That's an enhancer. A high-level enhancer? Too fearsome. It's like a demon. When they saw their comrades slaughtered so easily, the remaining militants felt their hearts tremble as they lost all sense of their fighting will. White Bones then charged towards the hiding place of the rest of the militants in a furious manner. The militants immediately collapsed and tried to escape when they saw White Bones charging at them. Yu Zhong's gaze frosted over as he held up his .03 rifle and fired a few bullets, instantly killing those escaping militants with headshots. As long as it was an enemy, Yu Zhong would not hesitate to wipe them out regardless of their background. Beast, don't go overboard. You think only you're a high-level enhancer? Following a bellow of rage, 6 enhancers decked in assorted clothings jumped out from nowhere. One of them was a burly man, wielding a huge hammer and giant steel shield. He was obviously a strength-based enhancer. Another was wielding a 2M long mace single-handedly. 2 others held daggers in their hands, and their speed was even higher than White Bones when they charged out. It could be seen that they were agility-based enhancers. Strength and agility-based enhancers were the most commonly seen experts. Other than those 4, there was a scrawny man with his hands wide opened and a transparent barrier blocking in front of them, preventing any stray bullets from hitting them. Finally, there was a young man with glasses as he stood amongst the rest and gazed at Zhang coldly. The Heavenly Kings have made their move. This time, that enhancer is dead meat. The 6 Heavenly Kings are about to take action. He will definitely die. When they saw the appearance of the 6 enhancers, the remaining militants who had lost all their morale immediately regained some sense of confidence as they shouted loudly. Zhang flipped his hand, and a PF-98 appeared within his hands as he aimed quickly and fired a shot at the 6 enhancers. With a flash, the rocket shot forwards and exploded on the transparent barrier with a loud boom. Under the flaming explosion, the barrier was shattered into pieces. The enhancer with the barrier skills suffered the backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground. He just used a rocket launcher. The young man in glasses immediately had a change in expression as he shouted out in shock and dove for cover. Losing the protection of the barrier, the remaining 4 enhancers were immediately hit with the bullets as they tried to escape behind cover as well. Since they were wearing high-level mutant beast hide, as long as they did not reveal their heads, it would be hard to take them out. Zhang's eyes narrowed as he stared at one of the agility-based enhancers and activated his Art of Fear as an oppressive spiritual blast that assaulted the mind of the targeted enhancer. His eyes flashed with fear as he was overcome by the horrendous images, and he fainted immediately. He's difficult to handle. We have to escape, the young man in glasses said in a low voice. He had vastly underestimated this troop of soldiers as well as Zhang. In their original plan, the 6 of them, coupled with their 200 soldiers, were enough to take down the camp. However, with the appearance of Zhang, their plans had come to naught. The enhancer wielding the mace pointed to White Bones that was slaughtering the militants and said, "Jiang Ming, hurry and retreat. Our brothers will be killed by that freak soon." Without anyone stopping it, White Bones could easily slaughter the 200-some militants. It had followed Zhang from his very first battle and possessed terrifying combat strength. Its bones were mostly impervious to guns and physical weapons, and normal people would find it impossible to even cause a wound. Jiang Ming's face fell. "Shunjia, if we stay here, we would be annihilated. Let's scram." The other agility-based enhancer nodded and agreed. When the first agility-based enhancer had noiselessly slumped to the ground, his heart was filled with fear. Without any hesitation, the remaining 4 enhancers quickly turned and tried to escape towards the forest. Want to escape? Not that easy. Zhang laughed coldly when he saw the attempts of the 4 escaping enhancers. Taking aim, he pulled out his stinger and swiftly fired 2 shots in the direction of the forest. In that instant, the slower strength-based enhancers found their heads blasted apart as their headless bodies slumped to the ground. Zhang then eyed the remaining agility-based enhancer and casted his Art of Fear, causing the powerful spiritual attack to overload the mind of that same enhancer as he fainted to the ground helplessly. Within a few breaths, Zhang had taken care of 3 of the enhancers, and he shot forwards with a speed 11 times that of a normal person, reaching the remaining enhancer, Jiang Ming, like a flying arrow. In 4 seconds, Zhang managed to chase up to Jiang Ming and had pulled out his stinger, aiming at the latter. Right as Zhang had pulled out his gun, Jiang Ming raised his hands and kneeled immediately, shouting, "Don't kill me. I surrender. Yu Zhong gazed at him coldly, while waiting for him to calm down. Jiang Ming shuddered involuntarily on the floor, his back almost slick with his perspiration. He could feel the cold, murderous gaze of Yu Zhong like a ferocious beast locked on him. The moment he made any strange moves, he would be dead. Yu Zhong barked out an order coldly. Move. Jiang Ming stood up docilely as he walked out of the forest. When he walked past the corpses of his two strength-based comrades, he shivered, as he had almost faced the same fate. When they came out into the clearing, he saw that the militants he had brought had surrendered their weapons, their hands hugging their heads, and were being watched by the troops of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then directly asked Jiang Ming, "Who are you people?" The soldiers on Yu Zhong's side also looked towards Jiang Ming, especially the soldiers from the border guards. They wanted to know the background of these defeated militants. Chapter 363, Bei Mingyang. Chapter 363, Bei Mingyang. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Jiang Ming coldly. "If you dare lie, I'll kill you immediately." Jiang Ming's body shuddered as he started to reveal everything to Yu Zhong. The bunch of militants were the survivors of Tianjin province. Just 3 days ago, there was a man called Bei Mingyang who brought some people to conquer it. Bei Mingyang was also a capable person, unifying the surrounding powers and commanding over 20,000 people as well as 3,000 soldiers under him. Amongst the 3,000 soldiers, there was a company of border guards. Their overall combat prowess was strong. After he conquered Tianjin province, a few survivors told Bei Mingyang about the situation and information regarding the nearby military camps. This was when the militants were dispatched over here to reclaim it. There were indeed a few government officials amongst those people that Bei Mingyang had under him, but they were just puppets. Hearing that the current Tianjin province wasn't governed by their previous employer, the border guard soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. 20,000 survivors and 3,000 soldiers. When Yu Zhong heard Jiang Ming's words, he frowned and contemplated silently. Yu Zhong suddenly asked, "Jiang Ming, if I want Bei Mingyang to come and submit to me, how confident are you of convincing him?" Jiang Ming's eyes went wide, as he hesitated before replying with difficulty. "Leader Yu, these kind of words, I have no confidence at all." Yu Zhong continued, "What kind of armor division does Bei Mingyang have?" Jiang Ming's heart went cold. Then he thought for a while and responded, "I've seen a motorcycle group, a few gun-mounted vehicles, 8 IFVs, 20 cars with machine guns, 4 red arrows, and 4 howitzers." Bei Mingyang had brought some men to open up a military camp before, and these were his spoils. Yu Zhong frowned more, as he thought to himself before finally saying, "Fine, go back. Tell Bei Mingyang I would like to speak to him." Jiang Ming had an incredulous look. "You're letting me go?" Yu Zhong glanced at him and replied, "Or would you like to stay here indefinitely? I can always send someone else." Jiang Ming hurriedly interjected, No, I'll leave now. I'll leave now." After which, Jiang Ming then swiftly turned and ran towards the distance, while he threw the fate of his fellow enhancers to the back of his mind. When Jiang Ming ran, Zhang Ji and the rest reorganized the camp, and they transported the equipment into the heart of Jingxi province. In the lush office of the conference room in Tianjin province, a medium-built man with energetic eyes and an air of elegance between his brows looked at Jiang Ming. This man dressed in military wear was the current leader of Tianjin province, Bei Mingyang. "Yu Zhong wants to see me?" Bei Mingyang's eyes flashed with a mischievous light, as his index finger tapped the armrest it was on. He continued, "Jiang Ming, do you know why he wants to see me?" Jiang Ming hesitated a while, before hardening his skin and said, "Boss Bei, Yu Zhong wants you to surrender to him." Jiang Ming's words instantly caused an uproar within the conference room. One of the men within the room, who looked tanned and short, yet extremely muscular, cursed out loud. "Damn it! That Yu Zhong must have knocked his head. He wants us to surrender to him. He should surrender to us, that dumb shit. Boss Bei, send the troops to eliminate him." take his Jingxi province. Boss Bei, that Zhang dare to kill our men. He sure is gutsy. Let me take some men to wipe him out. In the meeting hall, almost everyone was calling for Zhang's blood. Only Jiang Ming remained silent. After facing Zhang, he was extremely clear on Zhang's strength, and he felt that even if Bei Mingyang sent everyone, it would be impossible to win against a prepared Zhang. Bei Mingyang's eyebrows arched. As his face turned gloomy, silence. The meeting hall instantly went quiet. Bei Mingyang held authority within this Tianjin province after all, and was the one who had conquered it with his troops. Bei Mingyang just sat there and stared at the silent, middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face and asked, "Shangluan, what do you think?" This man was the only man within the entire camp to wield power other than Bei Mingyang, and was his right-hand man. Within Tianjin province, his words carried weight as well. Shangluan's heart turned cold as he looked around at the passionate people with the hall, as he hesitated for a while before saying softly, "I think there's nothing wrong with having a discussion with Zhang." While Shangluan looked like a simpleton, he in fact possessed high intelligence. Since Zhang could conquer Jingxi province, it meant that his power was not weak. He did not want to blindly call for his blood, only to be sent forth by Bei Mingyang, and in the end, expend his own force. In this post-apocalyptic world, only strength mattered. Those without strength would only suffer. With those words, Bei Mingyang's brows arched even further, and his eyes flashed with unhappiness, but soon it disappeared and no one saw it. A heavily tattooed man with blonde hair stood out and spoke out tauntingly. "Shangluan, you must be frightened? If you're scared, just say so. What a useless piece of trash." Shangluan responded with an equally challenging gait. "Gan Luowang, since you're so good, why don't you take care of this problem? You're just talking after all. If you have the balls, go bring some men to wipe Zhang out. If you succeed, your father, I will personally kowtow to you and admit my mistakes. If you don't dare, shut that smelly trap of yours and admit that in front of everybody now." Gan Luowang was the third strongest person that Bei Mingyang had groomed, and he was a powerful agility-based evolver, having reached a level of 37. Other than that, he had over 300 subordinates, and they were all thugs who dared to risk their lives. Gan Luowang looked back with contempt and challenged, "Shangluan, if your father, I brought people to take down Zhang, you'd kneel in front of your father, is that right?" Shangluan responded with a cold stare. "That's right. If you don't dare to take your troops out to wipe Zhang out, then you have to admit to everyone present here you're a coward." Gan Luowang immediately rose up to the challenge and jumped to his feet, shouting, "Good. Your father, will take my troops to go take Zhang down now. Shangluan, just wait to kneel in front of your father, Shangluan laughed coldly. "Let's wait till you actually accomplished it. Just you wait." Gan Luowang threw a look at Shangluan and immediately rushed out without waiting for Bei Mingyang to say a single word. He was afraid that Bei Mingyang would stop him, so he swiftly left and disappeared from the meeting hall. Bei Mingyang watched the scene with furrowed brows. Gan Luowang was a naturally awakened evolver and possessed immense combat ability. He was a genius, but he was too hasty and liked to do things his way, and this led Bei Mingyang to be frustrated at times. Bei Mingyang then glanced at Shangluan and said indifferently, "Shangluan, Lao Hui, both of you go take your men to reinforce Gan Luowang." "Yes, Boss Bei." Shangluan lightly sighed in his heart as he replied in a low voice. He was satisfied that he had escaped being today's scapegoat. Bei Mingyang possessed the strongest hand in Tianjin province, and as long as Shangluan wasn't forced into a corner, he wasn't willing to disobey Bei Mingyang's orders. "Yes, Boss Bei." The leader of the other smaller faction, Lao Hui, replied respectfully. Gan Luowang had quickly arrived near Jingxi province. "So that is Jingxi province? Nothing special about it." Gan Luowang eyed the entrance as he chuckled coldly. Baying Gan Luowang stood 300 warriors decked in black suits and they held rifles in their hands, while they hung Teng replica swords by their hips. These 300 warriors were all enhancers, and while their levels were only around 6 or 7, there were a few who had reached above level 10. Such a troop was personally led by Gan Luowang. They had killed over 2,000 zombies and was termed as the Death God Team. Gan Luowang took one more look at the entrance of Jingxi province before turning to his Death God Team and called out, "Brothers, see that? That is Jingxi province. There are huge amounts of resources, women, and equipment. Once we kill our way in, everything will be ours. As long as you follow me in, within 3 days, whatever you want to do, I'll allow it. You can play or kill what you wish." Hooray for leader. Kill our way in. Take their resources and women. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing Gan Luowang's boiling speech, the eyes of those thugs from the Death God Team started to turn bloodshot as they roar out loudly, their morale reaching a peak. Gan Luowang had always liked to use such tactics to raise the morale and fighting spirit of his troops. That was the reason why his troops were the most willing to fight and risk it all amongst Bei Mingyang's faction. Kill! Gan Luowang bellowed in fury as he pulled out his own dark magic blade and charged towards Jingxi province. He only knew how to use a blade and wasn't proficient with guns. With the leadership of Gan Luowang, the 300 warriors charged forwards with their battle cries. Enemy attack! The soldiers at the entrance of Jingxi province discovered the 300 enemies and immediately raised the alarm, and the entire Jingxi province resounded with the warning bells. At the entrance, there were 4 firing points, and they immediately started firing. A dense reply to the attack, a rain of bullets sprayed towards the charging soldiers of the Death God Team. Chapter 364, Collapse. Chapter 364, Collapse. Viticious. Book 3, The South. Amidst the rain of bullets, those soldiers from the so-called Death God Team were shot rapidly, and many fell onto the ground, bleeding from various wounds. In just a few breaths, there were tens of them lying on the ground. Seeing their comrades falling to the ground, the remaining warriors of the Death God Team split up and dove for cover as they raised their guns and started firing in the direction of Jingxi province. As the leader, Gan Luowang activated his level 2 high-speed movement that was enhanced 3 times, and with the skill and his equipment, he reached a speed that was 16 times that of a normal human, exceeding even Zhang. A normal person would have no means of locking onto such a terrifying existence. A huge amount of bullets landed around Gan Luowang, but they did not manage to even scratch him. In just 10 seconds, Gan Luowang had run in a zigzag manner and crossed the distance of 600 m to charge into Jingxi province. In that entire distance, he wasn't hit once by a bullet at all. Gan Luowang had rushed past a fortification and charged into the defense point, killing 4 of the soldiers inside easily like a specter. The firing from that point ceased immediately. After casually slaughtering 4 soldiers, Gan Luowang then swiftly ran out from the fortification, and in just a few blinks, appearing within another firing point. He waved his dark magic blade again and killed those 4 soldiers. Gan Luowang had already destroyed 2 firing points just like that, and he made his way towards another location, preparing to swing his blade at the door of the firing point. All of a sudden, his face froze in horror as he dove towards the side hastily. With a huge bang, the door exploded outwards, and countless metal shards flew out in all directions. There were a few booby traps behind that door. Gan Luowang's reaction was truly amazing, but as the distance to the epicenter was too close, countless metal shards had landed on his body. The majority of the shards were blocked by the mutant beast hide that he wore, while 2 small shards had shredded his face, and one in particular had resulted in a hole in his ear. Enhancers were not invincible after all. In a battle, with all sorts of means, they could be injured as well. Even if Gan Luowang was an agility-based evolver, and his abilities far surpassing normal humans, it would be hard to guarantee that he would be totally unscathed. If it wasn't for the beast hide, in that earlier explosion, Gan Luowang might have suffered greatly. Fuck, all you fuckers want to die. After receiving injuries, Gan Luowang turned even more savage and charged into the defense point. High-level enhancer, you sure are capable. However, don't look down on us normal people. A soldier saw Gan Luowang charging in and laughed lightly. His eyes flashed with a hint of desolate determination as he pressed down on a button. Gan Luowang saw the actions of the soldier, and a huge sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and he turned to retreat hastily. With a huge honk, a terrifying explosion shook the entire fortification structure and swallowed it up as dust rushed to the skies. The entire structure collapsed onto itself and was destroyed immediately. A small captain of the Death God team charged out from his cover and shouted, "The leader has destroyed their morale. It's up to us now. Charge!" With the encouragement of the captain, all the warriors of the Death God team charged out from their covers, and they made for the direction of the Jingxi province. Gan Luowang had become the sharp knife to fight against the defense points and experts, after which the Death God team would follow suit and destroy the remaining soldiers. This was the way the Death God team had always fought, and with this method, they had conquered many smaller factions. Without the frontline defenses, these factions would be powerless to stop the Death God team. Facing the assault of the Death God team, the remaining defense point fired wildly at the Death God team. A huge number of them were immediately pierced by the bullets as they fell to the ground. However, the lone firing from this defense point was not enough to block the charge of so many soldiers, and many of these warriors still managed to overrun them. After destroying the remaining defense point, the Death God team continued onwards into Jingxi province with a savage glint in their eyes. In their past battles, as long as they breached the first line of defense, they would start to enjoy success and could indulge in their desires and go wild. As the lead of the reinforcements, Lao Hui took a look at the entry of the Death God team from afar as he exclaimed brightly, "Gan Luowang really did it. He managed to breach Jingxi province. Brothers, let's charge forwards. Once we enter, the women, resources, and equipment will be yours. Kill, 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 kill." The 200 soldiers that were led by Lao Hui heard his words, and their morale was also boosted. They took up their guns and blades as they charged towards Jingxi province in a frenzy. There were women, resources, and equipment. Bei Mingyang had only opened up a military camp and obtained a battalion's worth of equipment. These equipment were naturally given to his elite soldiers first. The rest of the faction could only gain some leftover training rifles or handguns. Shang Luan saw Lao Hui charging towards Jingxi province and frowned, as he kept silent and did not give the order to follow suit. Lao Hui had only thought of the rewards and did not think to consult Shang Luan before leading his troops towards Jingxi province. Such rewards belonged to whoever had the strength to obtain them first. Wanting them to cough the items up would be difficult. One enhancer who was standing beside Shang Luan called out urgently, "Boss, let us charge forwards too. If not, we won't even get a scrap afterwards." "Yeah, boss, let us charge forwards." Shang Luan's subordinates were all warriors as well, and were currently extremely attracted to the rewards and spoils of war. This was an entire city they were talking about, and there were bound to be countless good stuff within. If they could gain even a little of it, they could live a decent life. Shang Luan frowned and replied in a low voice, "Let's wait first. Since Yu Zhong could conquer Jingxi province, this is not the extent of his power. No one should think of making a rash move. Otherwise, I'll be merciless." Under the berating of Shang Luan, the restless soldiers stopped in their place. Shang Luan went to a high vantage point on his own and held the binoculars as he scoped out the happenings in Jingxi province. By this time, the Death God team had breached the entrance, and without stopping, they were making their way towards the center of the town. Just when they managed to charge in for about 10 m from the surrounding buildings, a few defense positions were suddenly set up. Countless bullets covered the Death God team, and the ruthless rain of metal caused the deaths of many more warriors. The remaining Death God team members were immediately scattered as they began to recover from their initial battle lust, while hiding behind cover, and started to return fire. Where's the leader? Where's leader gone? Where's the leader? When the Death God team were stopped in their tracks by the relentless defense, they started to seek for their core and leader gone Luoyang. If he was here, the enemy's defense would have long been destroyed. Don't tell me. The leader has already been done in? In the midst of searching for gone Luoyang to no avail, one of the Death God team blurted out this thought, which could possibly destroy their morale. Impossible. The leader would not die. One of the warriors screamed back and fired in a frenzy at the surrounding buildings. If Gan Luoyang had truly died, only the huge explosion earlier could have killed him. The warrior from the Death God team had followed Gan Luoyang through countless battles, and while their weapons could not compare with Yu Zhong's troops, their morale and team spirit was undoubtedly higher. At this time, Lao Hui had also brought his 200 soldiers over. As they saw the numerous corpses of the Death God team, they started to hesitate. He could feel the cruelty of this battle. Lao Hui had followed Bei Mingyang for quite a while, and in most battles they only saw a few dozens of deaths at most. However, in his journey here, the death count had reached over 100. The losses of the Death God team were really huge. Where in the world is Gan Luoyang? Lao Hui pulled a Death God team soldier over and questioned. Gan Luoyang was after all a genius and evolver. Lao Hui was naturally not a match for him. If Gan Luoyang was still around, Lao Hui would then have confidence to attack Jingxi province. The leader is dead. Right at this time, an agonized moan came from afar. The captain of the small troop had finally discovered Gan Luoyang's flattened corpse under a huge rock, with a look of resentment and disbelief in his eyes. The leader is dead. The leader is dead. The sound was like a plague that spread extremely quickly amongst the Death God team. The originally high morale immediately collapsed, and all the warriors started to retreat from their positions. Gan Luoyang was the beacon of strength among them, and was the undefeatable trump card. If he was still around, they would still possess the spirit to continue fighting. With his death, they had totally lost all will. What's going on? Gan Luoyang had actually died? When Lao Hui heard this news, his heart trembled as he looked at the rapidly retreating Death God team members, not knowing what to do. Chapter 365, Forced Surrender. Chapter 365, Forced Surrender. Book 3, The South. Fire the cannons. Zhang was currently in the command center, giving an order coolly. With the flashes from two 122M howitzers, 2 rockets landed amongst the dead corpses of the Death God team. Following the huge sound and terrifying explosion, 30 dead Death God team soldiers, as well as the soldiers under Lao Hui, were immediately blasted and sustained heavy injuries, many of them with missing limbs. At the same time, a number of mortars had landed among the soldiers and exploded consecutively, causing 7 or 8 of the soldiers to be bombed into flying meaty bits. Amidst the terrifying explosions, the soldiers' morale had dropped to almost zero as the members of the Death God team started to abandon their weapons and escape towards all directions. If Gan Luoyang was still around, they could have withstood the attacks of the rockets, but since he was already dead, they had no morale or fighting spirit to put up a resistance. After the detonation of the 2 rockets on Lao Hui's troops, they lost all sense of order as the warriors scrambled to get out of the area of impact. Even Lao Hui himself was rushing to escape. Lao Hui was a level 33 enhancer, but even he could not withstand the impact and blast damage of a 122mm howitzer round. Furthermore, the area of impact was more than 10 m in diameter. He was not an agility-based evolver that could make use of danger perception, and based on his abilities, even if he did manage to detect the danger, he had no means of dodging the area of impact. Just 2 rounds of artillery could cause the soldiers of Lao Hui, as well as the Death God team, to lose all bearings. This was the fundamental difference between a proper military and a militia. It was the first time for Lao Hui and the rest who had been fighting against zombies, all this while to be facing a human enemy with modern weaponry. Right as the 2 troops were focused on escaping, an entire platoon wielding 03 rifles appeared from behind them and charged at them. Kneel down and surrender. We won't kill those who surrender. Kneel down and surrender. We won't kill those who surrender. The platoon of soldiers charged forwards, shouting as they fired shots. Wu Yin, who was decked in military wear, brandished his dark magic blade and slashed about when he charged into the midst of the retreating soldiers. Each time his blade flashed, a soldier would be killed. It was a scene of slaughter. The soldiers under Lao Hui and Death God team had lost their spirits and had no way of resisting the assault of the soldiers. Many of the Death God team members and Lao Hui's troops were killed, while others were smart enough to quickly throw their weapons and hug their heads with their hands as they quickly squatted, shivering uncontrollably, awaiting treatment from the enemy. On the plateau at a distance, Shang Luan saw how quickly his comrades were dealt with, and his heart went cold. He celebrated silently in his heart as he thought, "So this must be Yu Zhong's power? I'm afraid it's only one small part of it. He should still have plenty of moves that he hasn't yet employed. Fortunately, I didn't charge in as well." Even Shang Luan's subordinates were thanking the heavens that they did not follow suit early. If they had charged in to attack Jingxi province, they might have been part of the collapse. Zhang Liang eyed Shang Luan as he asked, "Boss, what do we do now? Do we save them?" The 400 soldiers that followed Shang Luan were brothers that have fought beside him in countless battles. Of the 400, 100 had rifles, 50 had handguns. There were only 3 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns, 6 fog shotguns, and 79 submachine guns. They were a decent-sized force and could face the platoon of warriors. Shang Luan's eyes flashed as he contemplated, before sighing heavily and said in a resolute tone, "No, we're retreating now." "Yes, boss." Shang Luan's subordinates replied in unison. "Although you have made the right decision, it was too late. Since you guys are here, you can stay." Right as Shang Luan and his troops were about to retreat, 2 men and a girl came up from behind them. They were Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jie. Yu Zhong walked forward with huge strides, his eyes fixed on Shang Luan. Hearing Yu Zhong's voice, Shang Luan's subordinates all reacted as they held up their guns and aimed at him. Yu Zhong eyed those guns and spoke out coldly. "I dislike people pointing their weapons at me. In 4 seconds, if you guys don't put it down, I'll have you all buried here. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive." "What arrogance!" Zhang Liang heard Yu Zhong's words, and his eyes flashed with fury as he scolded back. "Put down your weapons." Shang Luan eyed Yu Zhong as he narrowed his eyes and waved his hands before asking Yu Zhong, "Who are you?" The 100-plus guns were all lowered as everyone present shifted their gaze to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong responded indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm here personally to advise you guys to surrender. You can do that, or choose to die here. There are only 2 options." "Yu Zhong, you're the leader of Jingxi province, Yu Zhong?" When Shang Luan heard that, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He had assumed that the person in front of them was a terrifying enhancer, but he did not expect that it would be Yu Zhong himself. The 400 warriors under Shang Luan had a huge change in expressions as well. Their eyes flashed with a strange glint. The boss of Jingxi province was right here in front of them. As long as they could capture him, Jingxi province would practically fall into their laps. Yu Zhong replied mildly, "That's right." Shang Luan looked at him fearfully, while suppressing the notion of capturing Yu Zhong, and asked, "Yu Zhong, even if you're truly powerful, on what grounds do you think you will be able to keep the 400 of us here? Is this enough for you?" Yu Zhong lightly clapped his hands, and behind him, countless mutant leopard cats, led by lightning, stepped out from the forest, eyeing the 400 soldiers with a ferocious gaze. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. You're actually able to command a Type 2 mutant beast? Shang Luan took one look at Lightning, as a look of horror appeared on his face as he muttered out dejectedly. A Type 2 mutant beast could take a level 40 enhancer down easily. To deal with one, it required the cooperation of numerous experts. Otherwise, only modern weapons such as rocket launchers, tanks, and assault helicopters would be of use. Just Lightning itself will be able to take care of Shang Luan and his soldiers within a matter of seconds. Needless to say, the rest of the mutant leopard cats that follow behind. All 400 of the soldiers under Shang Luan were around level 5 or 6, and was by no means able to compare with the mutant leopard cats in terms of speed. Without any structures, running about would just mean death. Seeing the 100 or so mutant leopard cats, the expressions of the soldiers of Shang Luan turned ugly. If Yu Zhong really could control those mutant beasts, in just a single call, they would be totally wiped out. At most, they could kill a few mutant leopard cats in retaliation. Surrender, or death. Yu Zhong reached out to pat Lightning's head, while glancing at Shanglun and pressured once more. Shanglun immediately quietened down. He could feel the gazes of his comrades behind him, and just a single command could result in their deaths. Shanglun hesitated before saying, Yu Zhong, if I surrender, what will happen to my brothers and I? Yu Zhong replied in a low voice, if there are no major misbehavior, you guys will be immediately drafted into my troops and undergo military training. If there are problems and past offenses to be ironed out, those troublemakers will be directly thrown into the scum battalion and can only rely on their own power and actions to crawl out from there. By absorbing these warriors, Yu Zhong would usually separate them and make them undergo training and reform before filling up his troops. The disadvantage was that the power of these troops would not be enough to bolster his fighting force. However, the advantage was that these people would find it hard to leave and stand on their own afterwards. Shang Luan looked at his hands before looking at Yu Zhong and said slowly, Yu Zhong, I'm willing to get my brothers to submit to you. Please do not harm their lives. Yu Zhong replied, not a problem. The soldiers following Shang Luan were all painstakingly trained up by him. While their levels were not high, most of them were above level 5 and had better physique than most people and were in the best conditions to fight for him. Yu Zhong would naturally not kill them for no reason. After obtaining Yu Zhong's promise, he ordered his subordinates, everyone put down your weapons. Under his orders, the 400 soldiers all surrendered the weapons in their hands. Zhang Liang shouted out, while his hands still held his submachine gun, Boss! Shang Luan stared and berated, Put it down. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth before throwing his gun down as well. After commanding his subordinates to surrender, Shang Luan then stared at Yu Zhong and said, However, Yu Zhong, if you want me to submit to you willingly, please do your best to defeat me. If you can defeat me, I will follow you wholeheartedly. I'm called Shang Luan, a level 42 enhancer. I'm skilled at close combat, and my skills have been enhanced thrice. Seeing Shang Luan being so agreeable earlier, Yu Zhong decided to honor his request. Sure, I'll do as you wish. Shang Luan waved his hands, and his subordinates immediately stepped back, leaving a space for the two to battle. Yu Zhong gazed at Shang Luan and said, Please start. Be careful. Shang Luan's eyes turned cold as he suddenly stepped forward with a strange movement, getting extremely close to Yu Zhong. The steps he used were truly mysterious, and in that few seconds his speed actually exceeded that of the agility-based Evolvergon Luowan. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Shang Luan as his eyes narrowed, and he activated his Art of Fear. In that instant, the oppressive spiritual attack overwhelmed the mind of Shang Luan. Shang Luan was instantly enveloped in that crushing pressure, and he was stopped in his tracks. Yu Zhong then kicked out savagely, his foot landing on Shang Luan's abdomen, sending him flying back by 3M. At the same time, he pulled out his stinger and aimed at Shang Luan's head before saying coldly, You've lost. Shang Luan endured his pain as he climbed out slowly, his eyes full of bitterness. I've lost. Chapter 366, Discussion of Plans. Chapter 366, Discussion of Plans. Book 3, The South. Asterisk Jingxi Province. Changed to Jingxi City, as pointed out by Summer 3. Asterisk Tianxin Province. Changed to Tianxin District. When the subordinates of Shang Luan witnessed this scene, their hearts turned cold. They had followed Shang Luan through a number of battles, and they were clear on how fearsome his combat abilities could be. Within a radius of 10 m, Shang Luan could absolutely employ his close combat skills. In the entire faction of Bei Mingyang, no one had the confidence of besting Shang Luan within 10 m. Even the naturally awakened agility-based Evolver Gon Luowang had been defeated by Shang Luan before. Such a strong person was actually defeated within a second by Yu Zhong. The subordinates of Shang Luan could not help but be bitter. Yu Zhong suddenly looked towards a dark corner and spoke coldly. "Come out. How long do you plan on spectating?" Everyone threw their gaze to the corner, yet they did not discover anything. "Since you're unwilling to step out alive, you can die." Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand as he aimed his stinger at the corner. With a pung, there was a spurt of blood from the corner, and the space seemed to distort as a person appeared out of thin air, at the same time moaning in agony. White bones pointed to the person, and a sharp bone spear shot out from its finger, piercing the head of the assailant, causing him to die instantly. White bones then retracted its finger and pulled the corpse along with it, tossing the dead person in front of Shang Luan. Yu Zhong commented indifferently, "You should know this guy, right?" "Shang Luan." Shang Luan looked at the head of the dead person which had been pierced through as he fought to fight down the fear, threatening to overcome his heart, and said slowly, "Yes. He's called Zhang Zigong and is one of the trusted aides under Bei Mingyang. He has the skill to store perception. He was originally someone who lacked presence, and, coupled with the skill, as long as he didn't move, no one could detect him at all. With such a top-tier skill, even someone as high-leveled as Shang Luan would not be able to detect the presence of Zhang Zigong if he got close to him. In all sense, he was an assassin, a master at sneaking and intel gathering. Shang Luan did not think that such an expert would actually fall in Yu Zhong's hands. In fact, Yu Zhong had not discovered Zhang Zigong. It was when he was staring and involuntarily emitted a killing intent that Yu Zhong could discover his position and instantly took care of him. If Zhang Zigong had controlled his aura, Yu Zhong would not be able to detect him. "Leader." Zhang Mingyi had brought a company of soldiers as they arrived and saluted him. "He truly is the leader. He's too fearsome." Zhang Mingyi looked at the 400 soldiers of Shang Luan surrounded by the mutant leopard cats and the abandoned weapons, and shock filled his heart, a complicated gleam in his eyes. Following the display and spread of power of Yu Zhong, the ex-Freemasons realized their influence was getting weaker. There were only Zhang Mingyi and a few others from the previous upper echelons that were left. As for the Chinese survivors that Yu Zhong rescued from Vietnam, they practically worshipped Yu Zhong, and many of them had been conferred high ranks. This led to a sense of urgency within Zhang Mingyi's heart. If this continued, he would only become a normal soldier in the future and would not belong to the upper echelons. "Go back." Yu Zhong patted Lightning's head, and it turned around, bringing its little brothers into the forest. Jingxi City was surrounded by mountains, and there were forests, streams, as well as mountains everywhere. Lightning and its brothers could easily find food in such locations. Mutant beasts were unlike humans after all. Even if there were no prey within the forests, all they had to do was to enter the villages and enjoy themselves. After all, the zombies were the best nutrients for these mutant beasts. Zhang Mingyi escorted Shang Luan and the rest back towards Jingxi City. In this battle, our army had 29 casualties. 24 dead, 5 injured. We had killed a total of 282 enemies and captured a total of 637 of them. We've obtained 400 firearms, as well as 40,000 ammunition, 20 vehicles, 20 tons rations. In the meeting hall within Jingxi City, Ming Jejia was currently in a female military uniform, and in her hands, a thick stack of documents as she was reporting the details of the recent battle. There were numerous subordinates of Yu Zhong gathered within the meeting hall at the moment. A bespectacled man of about 36 years old cursed out loud. "Damn it! This bastard Bei Mingyang actually dared to attack us. Leader, let me take a few of our brothers to eradicate him." Chen, he was one of the Chinese that Yu Zhong rescued from Vietnam. After he was rescued, he trained extremely hard and was valiant when it came to battling, and amongst those present, he was already the company officer of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion. He had reached level 18. Chen, he was not an evolver and did not possess any powerful skills, and without the equipment of the system that Yu Zhong provided, he would not be able the speed of leveling of Ming Jia. Another male with a shaved head and black eye patch as he was blind in one eye, shouted out aggressively, "Yeah, leader, let's kill that bunch of assholes. The 2nd Company is willing to be the vanguard. The 2nd Company from the 1st Battalion is willing to lead the charge. Let's go thrash those bastards. We shall capture the daughter of that Bei Mingyang and make her serve our leader." In the meeting hall, almost all the officers were like wolves as they erupted in calls for battle, and their battle lust reached an extreme high. Shu Tianya, who was sitting at a side, heard the various shouts from the leaders, and a complicated feeling arose in her heart. If the Chinese Association had such fighting spirit, how would we have been forced into a corner by Wu Yinhong? The Chinese Association was also an organization with various factions within. When they faced Wu Yinhong, some of the warriors would fight to the death, just like Zhang Chong, while others would conserve their strength for self-preservation's sake. Even Xu Wenyan had to maintain some forces to deal with possible characters with unkind intentions within his organization, and since his hands and legs were bound, it was hard for him to expand. Wei Ninghua hesitated a while before he chipped in, "Leader, should we train up a batch of tank operators before we go and fight Bei Mingyang? After we train up an elite squad, he would not be a match for us at all." Yu Zhong had obtained the equipment from the border guards, and the soldiers were getting acquainted with the usage of these equipment, and in a short span of time, those cannons and tanks could not be utilized. When Shang Luan and the rest came to raid, Yu Zhong could only deploy 2 of the howitzers to fend them off. If they could raise a batch of reliable mortar hands, Yu Zhong could deploy 15 howitzers to launch an intense volley of attacks on his enemies. That was more than enough to crush any enemy entirely. Zheng Mingyi also quipped in after a while, "Yes, leader, we should restrain ourselves first. In only a month's time, we could easily wipe Bei Mingyang's troops out. We have confidence in dealing with their troops in a battle in the wild, but assaulting their stronghold would be difficult now." Hearing the words of Wei Ninghua and Zheng Mingyi, the heat of the atmosphere simmered a little. Assaulting and fighting were different tactics, and in a siege, even if the defensive side had lesser fighting spirit, with enough weapons, they could cause enough hurt to the attacking side. All the gazes landed on Yu Zhong, awaiting his order. To attack or to wait was entirely dependent on his decision. The weather is getting colder. In another few days, winter would most likely fall upon us. We don't have time to waste. I command the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Companies of the 2nd Battalion, as well as the Scum, Women, and Captives Battalion to launch an assault on Tianjin District. This battle, we can only achieve victory. Yu Zhong's flashed coldly, and then continued, "Wei Ninghua, I command you as well as the 4th Company of the 2nd Battalion to prepare the troops in defending Jingxi City." "Yes, yes," all the subordinates replied spiritedly. Yu Zhong then turned his gaze towards Shu Tianya, who was observing the proceedings. "Miss Shu Tianya, I would like to invite you to bring your people and attack Tianjin District with us. Is that okay?" Shu Tianya smiled coyly at Yu Zhong. "It's no problem, of course. However, only my troops will go. If you wanted to lend a hand personally, you will need to pay the right price." Shu Tianya was an intelligent woman. When she heard Yu Zhong's order, she could tell that Yu Zhong wanted to conquer Tianjin District at all costs. Yu Zhong had sent even the scum, captives, and women battalion to leave Jingxi city, which showed his worry that things might erupt if he was not around. Shu Qianya was considered to be a secondary part of Yu Zhong's forces as well, and since Yu Zhong was about to fight an intense battle, he would not leave her in his stronghold. Yu Zhong smiled gently and said, "No problem." After the meeting concluded, the entire Jingxi city went into a bustle in preparation for the huge battle to come. Numerous small teams started to gather and made their way towards Tianxin district. In an office in Tianxin district, Bei Mingyang stared at the soldiers who escaped back from the earlier battle, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gaped. "What? You said Gan Luoyang, Lao Hui, and Shang Luan had been overcome? Are you sure?" The soldier had a look of fear as he replied, "Yes, Boss Bei, Gan Luoyang and Lao Hui had been killed. Shang Luan and his subordinates had already surrendered to Yu Zhong. I have escaped with great difficulty. Yu Zhong can control mutant beasts. There was even a Type 2 mutant beast within his control." "Control a Type 2 mutant beast? How is that possible?" Bei Mingyang's eyes flashed with disbelief. The might of a Type 2 beast was incredible. Wanting to kill, it was almost impossible. Needless to say, controlling it. Bei Mingyang had never seen anybody who could control mutant beasts before. Chapter 367, Stunning Counterattack. Chapter 367, Stunning Counterattack. Vititious. Book 3, The South. The soldier's eyes flashed with terror as he continued, "It's true. I saw a Type 2 mutant beast and 100 of its little brothers surrounding Shang Luan and his troops with my own eyes. It was due to that Shang Luan submitted. Furthermore, Shang Luan and Yu Zhong had a duel, but he was defeated in a single move." Bei Mingyang's face turned ashen, and he said pointedly, "Enough." In that meeting hall, as the various leaders heard the report of the soldier, their expressions turned extremely ugly. If they truly wanted to contend with a freak who could control a Type 2 mutant beasts as well as an army of elites, it made their hearts nervous. "Let's talk to him, see what he wants to say. And let's make contact and see what kind of person he is." The atmosphere of the meeting hall had changed, and no one dared speak of fighting Yu Zhong. The main difference between the two sides was that Yu Zhong was truly powerful and commanded everyone under him through the display of his absolute power. Bei Mingyang made use of his tactics to gather a few factions together to form a stronghold of about 50,000 people. Within this faction, Bei Mingyang had the most strength, but it was still democratic, and Bei Mingyang had to listen to the views of the rest. It could not compare to Yu Zhong, where a single sentence of his could get things done. Bei Mingyang furrowed his brows slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Speaking with him is not an issue. However, we still have to fight a battle with him, and we must win. Only then will we have the qualifications to negotiate with him." The leader of another small faction lamented, "Gan Luoyang and Shang Luan have already been defeated. Who else can we send to fight against him?" Gan Luoyang and Shang Luan were the strongest fighting forces amongst the factions, and they had actually been subdued entirely by Yu Zhong. The rest of their fighting forces could not compare to the two, and thus the various leaders had no confidence of dealing with Yu Zhong. Bei Mingyang replied, "This time, we have to send a joint force. We must win against him, and let him taste our strength." "A joint team? Good. If we all join forces, we can deal with Yu Zhong." "Good. This time we must let Yu Zhong experience our strength." Upon hearing the term joint forces, all the leaders excitedly went into a buzz. The joint forces meant the cooperation of all the various elites, and even Bei Mingyang's forces of 3 battalions would be sent out. Right as Bei Mingyang had proposed the idea of a joint forces was the moment when Tianxin district suddenly came under attack. With a hong, right as the various leaders were calling out in excitement, a terrifying explosion rang out, and the entire meeting hall was shaken by the shockwave. Countless dust and pieces were shaken loose as a result. "What's going on?" Bei Mingyang was shocked, and he had a bad premonition. Quickly escape. It's not safe here anymore. One of the leaders shouted loudly and bolted out from the window. The bad feeling continued to well up inside Bei Mingyang as his body flashed, and he leapt out the other window. The rest of the leaders also went into a panic, and some jumped out the windows, some hid under the meeting table. It was a 3-story jump, and not everyone could jump out from 3 stories and be totally fine. With a huge honk, just when Bei Mingyang had just jumped out from the building, a rocket landed explosively on the wall, causing it to be blasted, and the entire structure collapsed, debris falling everywhere and dust rising to the skies. Those people still within the building were instantly killed. Bei Mingyang saw the state of the building and immediately felt horror. If he was just slightly slower, he would have joined the rest of the corpses within. What's going on? Who dares attack us? Bei Mingyang was racking his brain and trying to determine which party was so vicious and had actually used a rocket to blast them. Sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out from afar, and even those leaders within the government area of the district could hear the wild firing. Boss Bei! Boss Bei! Zhang had brought men and are attacking us right now. They're making use of heavy artillery, tanks, and even powerful enhancers to suddenly raid us. They have already broken through 6 main defenses. Boss Bei, quick, think of something. A soldier covered entirely in blood ran up to Bei Mingyang's side and reported agitatedly. Bei Mingyang's expression turned to one of incredulous disbelief and immediately fired back. What? 6 defense lines already? How is that possible? Those 6 defense lines have 2 companies of soldiers keeping guard. How can it be wiped out so quickly? How is this possible? How can their forces be so strong? What about the alarm? How come we didn't receive any warning until we were attacked? Bei Mingyang wasn't a fool and had set up countless sentries around Tianxin district to prevent the ambush of enemies. However, those sentries had long since been wiped out by Ming Jiejia and Zhang Mingyi. Without any alerts from the sentries, Zhang could bring his men and directly attack Tianxin district. Go notify the entire army, withstand the attack. No one is to retreat, even a single step. I'll bring reinforcements right now. Bei Mingyang was after all passionate warrior, as his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he hollered at the soldier. After which, Bei Mingyang pulled out a walkie-talkie and fiddled with the switch before he shouted, "Zhao Zhigang, go gather the troops. Within 30 minutes, they have to be assembled." Zhao Zhigang was the battalion commander of Bei Mingyang's elite 1st Battalion. Every single one of them was equipped with border guards equipment, and there was even a company of veterans. Their combat power was truly strong. They were the right and left arms of Bei Mingyang as well. Boss Bei, 30 minutes is too short. Today was supposed to be a holiday. If you want the entire battalion to assemble, it would take at least 3 hours. Zhao Zhigang's exasperated voice resounded from within the walkie-talkie. Bei Mingyang bellowed out in rage. "I don't care. I'm giving you only 30 minutes, after which you had better bring the troops to the front lines. Otherwise, I'll execute you." It was a moment of crisis now, and Bei Mingyang had no way of retraining his calm demeanor. Zhao Zhigang gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, "Understood, Boss Bei." Zhao Zhigang had also surmised the critical situation from the sounds of fighting at the front lines. Who knows, Tianxin district might really end up in Zhang's hands if they were careless. Bei Mingyang recollected himself before shouting into the walkie-talkie again, "Bei Xiaosheng, Bei Xiaosheng." However, regardless of how much Bei Mingyang shouted, there was no reply from the walkie-talkie. Bei Mingyang's face had turned steely as he cursed. Damn bastard. At this sort of critical juncture, he had actually disappeared. Bei Xiaosheng was the commander of the expert battalion that Bei Mingyang had groomed, and he possessed decent strength. At the same time, he commanded 12 level 30 enhancers, 26 level 20 enhancers, and a 168 level 10 enhancers. Bei Xiaosheng and his experts battalion was also part of Bei Mingyang's arms, and they were truly strong. It was precisely because Bei Mingyang had the experts battalion under by Xiaosheng and Zhao Zhigang's elite battalion that he could control the entire faction at Tianjin district. However, Bai Xiaosheng was a free spirit, and he liked to play and fool around with women, and was often not found anywhere. Bei Mingyang could tolerate his disappearances often, but at this crucial time, he was still nowhere to be found. That led Bei Mingyang to be furious beyond belief. At Tianjin district's front lines, Yu Zhong had brought his most elite forces from the 1st Battalion 1st Company, as well as Wu Yin, White Bones, Ming Jejia, and Zheng Mingyi as they slaughtered their way through Tianjin district like a sharp knife. Ming Jejia had summoned her 5 shadow wolves, which melded into the shadows and would appear suddenly, biting the opposing soldiers in their necks, leaving them with no way to react. On top of that, those shadow wolves could sniff out the location of humans, and Ming Jejia would point out the hiding locations to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was wielding his 0.3 rifle. He clearly split his attention. On one hand, he took out any soldier within his line of sight. On the other, he continued commanding his troops in the course of battle. White Bones was the sharpest and most dangerous vanguard he possessed. It could easily charge into the midst of the enemy and dance about with its bone blades, slaughtering the soldiers as easily as killing chickens. Its front was dyed, full of blood, and those poor soldiers who got in its way would either be sliced in half or beheaded. The cruelty of their deaths shook their comrades greatly. On the other side, Wu Yin wielded his dark magic blade and weaved in and out of the enemy, following Yu Zhong's instructions to rout the enemy and attack them from behind. Zheng Mingyi was proficient with modern weaponry, and he used a grenade launcher as he followed Yu Zhong's instructions in firing at different important buildings, causing destruction everywhere. These 5 experts of Yu Zhong coordinated and caused widespread destruction amongst the 1st company of soldiers they fought. The 1st company that followed Yu Zhong closely behind were also the elite of the elite, each of them decked in Type 3 mutant snake hide as they pushed forward. They were adept at using grenades and mortars as they also blasted the enemies in front of them into pieces. In a battle on the streets, the hardest thing was determining your enemy's locations. In this aspect, Ming Jejia and her shadow wolves were more of use compared to Yu Zhong in doing so. Due to the ease at which the wolves could detect the enemy, Yu Zhong's soldiers could easily wipe them out. Without Ming Jejia, the frontal assault would not have gone so smoothly. Yu Zhong brought the 1st Company and continued their rapid advance in, breaking through 6 defense lines, and finally slaughtered the border guards of Bei Mingyang. He left the remaining few soldiers to escape in sobs towards the center of the district, leaving their backs open to Yu Zhong. They were easily slaughtered. With Yu Zhong leading the sneak attack on Tianjin district, they were practically unhindered as they sliced through Tianjin district like a hot knife through butter, and they made their way closer towards the weapon storage facility. Chapter 368, Break. Chapter 368, Break. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong had obtained various reports on the situation of Tianjin district from Shanglun and had ascertained the different key locations to launch his attack. They were almost unimpeded the entire way. Zhao Zhigang had assembled 2 companies of elites as they rushed to the battlefront, and as trained, they launched a frenzied attack on Yu Zhong's troops. A dense hail of bullets covered the front troops, causing a few of the soldiers to fall. Facing that sudden assault, the vanguard soldiers of Yu Zhong's troops also ducked hastily for cover as they returned fire. Those soldiers who had fallen on the ground quickly got up and rolled to the side as they ducked behind cover. Their Type 3 mutant snake hides had prevented the bullets from piercing them. As long as they didn't receive a head wound, they managed to survive. However, 2 elite soldiers that had trained under Yu Zhong had suffered headshots and died instantly. It was the first time that Yu Zhong's troops suffered casualties since their assault on Tianjin district. Hold your ground, stand for me, and slaughter these bunch of bandits. Zhao Jigang shouted in fury, as though he was a madman. The firepower from Zhao Jigang's troops came down hard and heavy on the troops of Yuzhong. Explosions rang out continuously, without a single moment of rest. Under that intense heavy fire, those soldiers who wore the Type 3 mutant snake hide found themselves being injured, and some even had their heads blasted away. Yuzhong's troops fired back with their own heavy artillery without mercy, as Zhao Jigang's side also sustained injuries. However, these troops did not collapse like most other normal factions, as they were well-trained soldiers and held their ground, risking their all to fire at Yuzhong's troops. These must be the elite soldiers of Bei Mingyang. They truly can put up a fight. Yuzhong observed them, as his eyes flashed with a strange glint. These troops of Zhao Jigang were the most resilient soldiers that Yuzhong's troops had encountered. They could be considered the core of the faction, and amongst the soldiers under Yuzhong, those who could contend with them were at most 2 companies. These elite troops could be said to have undergone countless tough training and battles to achieve such a standard. Their aura and bearings were totally different as well. What a pity! Such a troop is going to fall in my hands today. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he carried Ming Jia with the level 5 bronze spiritual bell and charged forwards with white bones. There are 2 enemies at the second window of the 3rd story of the building on the right. There are 3 enemies lying in ambush at the next corner as well. Ming Jia reported dutifully as she rode on Yuzhong's back, her shadow wolf hidden in Yuzhong's shadow, and its acute sense of smell detected the positions of the enemies. She herself was like the transmitter that provided the information to Yuzhong. White Bones' eyes flashed as a bone spike shot out explosively, piercing into the ceiling of the 3rd story of the building. It then retracted the bone spike while it leapt towards the window and raised its left hand. 2 sharp bone spikes burst out instantaneously and penetrated the heads of the 2 elite soldiers. Yuzhong took a deep breath as he activated his 11x normal speed, and in a few seconds, appearing behind the corner of the alleyway. He took up his 03 rifle and fired wildly, causing those 3 lying in ambush to be punctured full of holes. After disposing of 5 of the enemies, Yuzhong and White Bones continued their advance like a sharp knife towards Zhao Jigang's troops. Strong enhancers! Damn it, these freaks! Inside a building, Zhao Jigang was using his binoculars to observe the situation. He watched on helplessly as Yuzhong and White Bones slaughtered his troops, and his heart sank, while his lower lip split from all his biting. Zhao Jigang had also seen the prowess of a high-level enhancer from the likes of Bai Shaosheng. Although they weren't invincible entities, they did possess all sorts of capabilities. With the right training, their combat power was definitely way above normal people. However, to actually kill their way through his troops without breaking a sweat, Yuzhong and White Bones were terrifying existences that exceeded his imagination. Yuzhong was still carrying Ming Jia on his back, while moving swiftly, only slightly slower than he normally can reach. He continued to charge forwards, using his gun skills and grenades to hunt the elite soldiers. In a matter of 10 minutes, the total number of soldiers that had died at his hands had already exceeded a platoon. If it wasn't for the positions of the soldiers being scattered, the number of deaths would definitely be higher. If it was a normal company of soldiers, facing this death godlike Yuzhong, they would have long since lost all sense of fighting spirit and ran after so many of their soldiers died. However, these 2 companies were the elites of the elites under Bei Mingyang, and have gone through several battles. Their aura and bearings were vastly different from normal troops. Since they could not overcome Yuzhong, then they would fight to the death. A large number of bullets were continually fired at his position, and some of the bullets would actually land on him, but the protection of the bronze spiritual bell caused the bullets to ricochet off. A pale-faced sentry came to Zhao Jigang's side and reported, "Commander, the 1st platoon and 2nd platoon of the 1st company had died. What do we do? If it's just us, we have no way of blocking those monsters." Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jijia had easily taken out 40 over people with just the three of them, and their own troops behind them weren't pushovers as well, killing a number on the enemy. Damn it! Why is that bastard Bei Xiaoxing not here yet? Zhao Jigang cursed out furiously. If Bei Xiaoxing took his expert battalion over as reinforcements, Zhao Jigang had more confidence to contend against Yu Zhong. However, with just the soldiers under him, it was simply not enough to withstand Yu Zhong's assault. Commander, the third platoon has fallen as well. They are already exchanging blows with the second company. Just as Zhao Jigang had cursed out loud, an intelligence officer walked in, his expression pale as he reported. What? The first company has already fallen. How can it happen so quickly? How? Zhao Jigang was truly pale now as he bellowed. The first and second companies under Zhao Jigang were warriors who could truly fight, having been forged through countless battles. He had confidence that the combat prowess of these two companies could match the American troops with full equipment. They had a strong sense of fighting spirit, and even if they could not possibly overcome Yu Zhong's troops, they would at least be able to put up a decent fight to drag out the time. In fact, if it wasn't for the charge from Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jijia, the strength of Yu Zhong's troops would truly be unable to push through the elite forces of Zhao Jigang, and the battle might be dragged out for 1 or 2 days. With the appearance of enhancers and evolvers, the advantage was quickly shown during the intense battle. The abilities and skills they possessed went beyond the warfare tactics of before the apocalypse. One of the intelligence personnel asked, "What do we do?" "Commander, if we continue fighting, we will only be wiped out. Let's retreat." The other intel officer stepped forward. "Yeah, Commander, let's leave. Since we have already fought to this extent, we have done our part for Boss Bay already. As long as Green Hills remain, there'll never be a shortage of firewood. While there's life, there's hope." Not everyone were valiant maters who did not mind dying for a cause, should the situation call for it. There were some who would think of retreating. Zhao Jigang eyed those intelligence officers. His face turned countless times and finally spoke out with great difficulty. "Retreat. Get the second and third platoons from the second company to retreat from the battlefield immediately." "Yes, sir." Those intelligence officers heaved a sigh of relief and immediately issued the command for the soldiers to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from the second and third platoons of the second company immediately withdrew, making their way back like fallen troops. Seeing how Yu Zhong had easily demolished their defenses and annihilated their comrades, their morale had sunk to an unprecedented low. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared. As Yu Zhong fought hard, he saw the soldiers from the second company retreating and immediately hollered out loud. "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." The soldiers behind Yu Zhong also followed suit with their exuberant shouts. Amidst those shouts, the doomed first platoon also lost their will to fight and immediately threw their weapons down, hugging their heads with their hands as they squatted. "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." Yu Zhong brought his troops towards the retreating soldiers of the second company, and he quickly caught up as he shouted out loudly while beginning his slaughter amongst them. While the soldiers were retreating, a number of them would fall under Yu Zhong and White Bones' hands, while the 4 shadow wolves controlled by Ming Jijia also jumped out from the shadows as they bit down ferociously on the unsuspecting soldiers. "I surrender. Spare me. I surrender. Spare me." Surrendered. Under the pursuit of Yu Zhong and the other two, the remaining soldiers from the second company immediately threw their weapons and hugged their heads, the deaths of their comrades looming over them. The support troops of Yu Zhong quickly arrived and were tasked to absorb the captives, while Yu Zhong himself continued making his way towards the armory. With the defeat of Zhao Jigang, there were no other powers that could stop the advance of Yu Zhong, and he quickly made his way to the front of the armory. He discovered that instead of an army defending the armory, There was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. That middle-aged man looked at Zhang and his vanguard troops, and he quickly made his way towards Zhang. Seeing the man make his way over, the soldiers beside Zhang raised their guns and took aim, preparing to take him out. Zhang waved his hands and allowed the man to come close. Bei Mingyang looked at Zhang and said slowly, "This commander, I am the leader of Tianxin district, Bei Mingyang. I would like to meet with Zhang. Now you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."